to Nysum, Denmark. Jim Beaver and Hal Rich here. We got cross cars flying off the line. We're right in the middle of practice, and Hal, man, what a beautiful facility this place is.
One of the underrated rallycross tracks of the world, I would say, Nysum up here in northern Denmark. It's a fair old drive from Copenhagen, as you experienced yesterday, Jim, but yeah, fantastic circuit, fantastic layout, as we'll see through the broadcast this weekend, and yeah, it brings all sorts of challenges which you don't get at every venue.
No, and so far throughout the weekend and practices so far, it's been razor thin margins. I know, especially in supercar. I was talking to Oliver Eriksson. I mean, we're talking hundredths of a second.
Super close in all the categories. Of course, we're getting to the crunch point in the year as well in terms of the championship situation too, as we need to get a little bit of a move on here.
Yeah,
as the cross-car drivers are doing their tyre clean, Espinese, etc. behind us. One driver who is really in the hunt to fight for that title, Carl Svedlund, leads cross-car at the moment, and Espen needs a good haul of points this weekend, but that's going to be the key for so many drivers in every category. Points are critical now at this stage of the year.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned Svedlund in cross-car. We got Ministo that's had just a phenomenal run so far in cross-car junior. Both of them have really stepped forward in their championship and kind of stamped it, and I think it's the rest of the drivers going to have to catch up these remaining rounds.
Well, in cross-car junior, for sure, Ministo has won all but one rounds, has a stranglehold, but yeah, in cross-car, as I say, I think Svedlund, on the back of winning the junior title last year, is in a rich vein of form. He won here twice last season in juniors as well, but he's only 14, 17 points from memory ahead of Ease, etc. Yeah. And the thing with cross-car is it's so wide open all of the time that there's a real opportunity for points to be won and lost here, and Svedlund's going to have to box canny a little bit to try and stay at the front. But that's why he drives with a team like JC Race Technique. They've got all that experience, they've got the driver coaching on board with Freddie Arlen, for example. They know what is necessary to win a title, as he does from having won it last year. So it's going to be fascinating, that cross-car title fight.
Well, and I think we're here. We got rounds 7 and 8. We move on next weekend to Estering. We've got the finale there. So we've got 4 rounds of racing left. A lot of points on the table. So nothing out of reach for a lot of drivers yet. I mean, anything can happen in Rallyx. We know that. And with so many points over back-to-back weekends to crown a champion, I mean, this is going to be exciting. As we say in America, elbows are out. It's time to go.
And these two tracks as well, starting this weekend at Nysum, we've always seen plenty of action here. The track evolves so much, certainly T2 as it is when you start the lap, where the loose gets dragged into the braking area after the long straight. We'll have a look at the track in just a few moments' time. The track evolves here a lot, and you see loads of mistakes. The first corner here is brilliant, and then moving across to Estering with the infamous first corner, but arguably the most famous first corner in all of Rallycross. And yeah, like you say, it's such a critical week with 2 great historic venues. It's going to be fascinating.
Well, and obviously we're back. We've taken a little bit of time off here in Europe. Obviously we've got Rallyx Americas going on. Few of the drivers have gone across the pond. We've got Lucas Anderson with a phenomenal effort so far. Romet Cerna's gone over and competed as well. Obviously the Eriksson brothers. So do you think that's going to help them out? Because all the other drivers have had a month and a half off since we've last seen them.
A month and a half off Rallyx, but many of these drivers compete in national series. Lots of their drivers have been doing the Swedish Championship, for example. Lots of the Open 2-wheel drive drivers that are behind us have been doing various different national championships. Jason Bleasdale, for example, has been racing in Ireland a couple of weeks ago. Slavomir Wallach raced at Lynn Hill last weekend. So yes, there's been a good gap now, hasn't there, since Al's been. You've been in the States, as you say, but lots of these drivers are race fit. You could say, for sure, some of them haven't driven since Al's been, but yeah, I also think you don't forget, and if you've been here before, the knowledge you'll have gained here over someone who's coming here for the very first time will be very important, because it's a technical track, and certainly on the first day of a doubleheader, it's important to get up to speed as quickly as possible.
Well, talking about the track, I was talking with Oliver Eriksson earlier this weekend, and Oliver was telling me, he goes, it's a big adjustment, the braking points. He goes, you're carrying so much speed into some of these corners. He goes, I've been here so many times, and he goes, I still have to relearn my brake points. He goes, there's so much time that can be won and lost coming off those high-speed straightaways into the corners, because he goes, you got to relearn everything.
And I think what he's also referencing is the evolution of the track, as we see Joel Kristoffersson busying himself in the paddock running the GC squad. The braking areas both evolve. Under the bridge, you can hear the FC2 cars on the limiter in practice. They were last year as well, actually, in the open four-wheel drive category, and that's really where the FC2 lost out to Ulrik Linnemann in the fight for victory on the Sunday. It was Casper Janssen who took the first ever FC2 win on the Saturday this time last year. But yeah, under the bridge, into the braking where the Joker used to be here at Nysum, but also over the bridge, as I said, down into the braking for the tarmac left-hander, which is turn 2 on the start lap, is really evolves. And I think while, yes, Ollie's, of course he's right, but he's saying he needs to relearn the braking areas, you also have to relearn the braking area with almost every race because of the track evolution. I love that, and I would love to see that at every venue we go to, because when the track's changing all the time, that's what invokes mistakes. The cars these days, certainly at the top level, are so good that you need more variety in the circuits to try and bring on those driver mistakes and make it more interesting from a racing point of view. And yeah, for me that's great.
Yeah, looks like we got Victor Johansson standing by. 1 point on Simon Tiger. I think Simon's 4th. He's sitting 3rd of the points. We got Victor. See if we can grab him real quick. Victor, you got a second?
Yes, so Simon Tiger not here this weekend. Simon's pulled out for the season, won't be back until 2027. Simon's father Frederick driving this weekend in a different car, but yeah, hello mate.
Yeah, hey. So last time we saw you was obviously Owlsman, your home track, but things didn't quite go the way you wanted up there. But you know, you're back here. I think we said we got 1 point on Simon Tiger, sitting in 3rd. How things looking at this track?
I really like this track. We done practice now, felt pretty good. Had some little setup changes after the last one, so. Yeah, we're up there and we're going to fight for the win this weekend, of course.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, you got nothing to lose, right? It's time to push?
No, Lucas is leading, of course, and he's going to have to fight for it. I won't give up until Germany next week.
Well, I know you had some struggles with the car at Owlsman. You know, obviously you guys put in a lot of work to get that thing back going, and you know, how's things looking? How's things through testing?
Yeah, it's the car is pretty, it's really good. It's just up to the driver now. Unfortunately, I would like to have tested the car a little bit more this season, but I didn't find the time. You have to work, do the family time, and fix the car and go to the races. So, yeah, it is what it is. I have nothing to blame about. I just need to up my level driving-wise.
All right, well, thanks a lot. Good luck this weekend.
Good luck, Victor. Victor Johansson won on the second day here. Last season at Nysum, it was Lucas Gabrielson who won here on day 1 from memory. Gabrielson holds a 42-point margin, I think, in the championship.
He's having a great year this year.
If he leaves here with 60 points to the good, then the championship's his. But as Victor says, he's still up for the fight. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
A stacked open two-wheel drive entry this weekend, 19 cars. Okay, there's been some problems in free practice earlier on this morning, but those teams are all working to resolve those issues. We could have 3 semi-finals this afternoon. And with the 3 semi-finals, you can really end up in a position where you have a poor start, you have a problem, all of a sudden you're not in the final, and then you're really on the back foot in terms of points. And if, and it's possible, Lucas Gabrielson had a bad run like that, then it's not out of the question that Victor Johansson, Johnny even can get themselves back into that fight.
Well, I think that's one thing that's interesting about Rallyx and, you know, and having these deep fields like that is we can see massive points changes on any given weekend, and sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time and you get taken out. It's nothing you did as a driver, it's just bad luck, and then all of a sudden somebody steps in and that massive gap that Gabrielson's got doesn't look so massive anymore.
Sure, and the same can be said in Supercar Lights. We have a look here in the Team Fire and Awning. Robert Svittel's back this weekend, having missed Owlsman last time out, but it's in fact Alexander Lindqvist on the other side of the paddock there in the OMC tent who leads the points. Had a great run, didn't he, Lindqvist in Owlsman, and yeah, has a strong hold on the Lights title fight. The Lights class hasn't been the strongest we've seen in the history of Rallyx in terms of entry numbers, but the quality, I've been so impressed with Lindqvist this year. Vittles is so experienced and so quick. I think that's going to be a fascinating title fight as well.
Yeah, Romet Cerna here in the Lil Sana's car. Romet's been a great story to watch, been running in the United States, a little bit in the Americas series, but currently sitting 3rd in points. He's got to be very happy with how his career and his first season in Supercar's gone.
Yeah, working very closely with Jarmo Vosa from Pace Motorsport. They've put a lot of effort into analysing the data. They work a lot on the tyre strategy. And Romet coming from Crosscar, and Crosscar is so competitive, as we know, and really when he was running within that Pace squad, that multi-car team, he learned so much, and I think that's put him in such good stead. Much like you see with Carl Svedlund stepping up from juniors to senior Crosscar, I think that learning through this ladder of opportunity is so valuable, and certainly seen the fruits of that now because he's, as you say, he's very competitive.
Yeah, well, and in talking about supercar, obviously one guy we've got to talk about, Lucas Anderson, the rookie, just having a phenomenal effort this season. We've seen him dominating in the FC2 class in the Americas. He's had a lot of success over here in Europe, and I think obviously had a little incident in practice earlier today, but I think he's got to be one of the strong contenders this weekend.
I think there's a little to choose between any of them. Thomas Merstad as well, stepping up this weekend, doing double duty with Crosscar and the FC2 machine. It's going to be fascinating. Lucas Anderson dominated here on his debut in Supercar Lights a few years ago on his step up from juniors. He won here last year in Supercar Lights, but it's a big ask this weekend. Ollie Eriksson certainly holds the advantage in the championship, but I think Eriksson knows what he's doing. It'll be about points management in the next few rounds.
All right, well, we're getting ready to go racing. Before we do that, let's have a look at this track.
This is Nysum Banen in Denmark. Fantastic drone shot here above the circuit. The little red snake that's finding its way around the corner is in turn 1 at the moment. T2 and T3. There's the Joker on the right hand side at that point on the track. Then down this long loose surface straight under the bridge and around the long right hander to climb back up the hill over the bridge. There's the original Joker at the top of the shot, but now the Joker does split towards the end of the lap. It's a lap and a half rather than a lap away from the start, Jim, and it's absolutely fascinating. Full of elevation change, loose surface, being dragged into braking areas, into tarmac corners as we ride on board with Tobias Darback, one of the local heroes here in the FC2 machine. This is away from the line in turn 1. A few nips of the handbrake, gets way too close to the barrier on the inside and has to turn back out of it. We'll see so much action there around the outside this weekend. Into the Joker this time around. Little nip on the bar, sends it sideways. It's off camber and downhill there in the Joker section, and then turns into this Monaco type street circuit, real tight between the barriers. Big curve from the inside, Jim. You noticed that yesterday on your first ever trip around here. Very easy to push a tyre off the rim, and then there's super fast straight down into a complicated braking area.
Yeah, very, very fast straight into a big braking area. And as you said, there's no forgiveness. You cut a little bit too hard. There's a lip on that inside. It'll blow the tire off the bead. Something to watch as we start getting underway here momentarily. But a beautiful facility here, carved into the side of a mountain as he comes down in. You're going to see the Joker split here again. You got to really set up your apex here early if you're going to try and make the Joker like he did there. Cuts through the Joker again. I think Hal told me it's about 2 seconds slower, 2.5 seconds slower to take the Joker.
I'd say less this weekend. It's so clean as it has been. We've seen in Q1 earlier today. We're just about to start halfway through Q2 for open two-wheel drive Supercar Lights and open four-wheel drive. FC2 is the premier category within open four-wheel drive this year. We don't have time to look right back at Q2 for Crosscar and Crosscar Junior. There's a bit of delay this morning. Now it's really condensed in the lunch break so we can get racing on time this afternoon. There's a curfew here we have to stick to. But overall, it's Sebastian Nies, etc. that leads in Junior Crosscar from Matthias Tovio and Alex Antila. So that's a bit of a shake-up in the championship order. Where is Minister?
Down in 7th position.
7th with a best time of 2nd, 14th in Q1. Obviously, something has happened there. We haven't quite seen that. I'm sure we'll find that out later today. I think Crosscar, Thomas Merstad, who's doing double duty this weekend, racing in both Crosscar and the FC2 for the first time in a Rallyx weekend, was second quickest in Q1, fastest in Q, ahead of championship leader Carl Svedlund, 7th in Q1, 2nd in Q2. So Crosscar, as always, super competitive, and we'll see much more of that in Q3, which will follow straight after these Q2 races. We are getting ready then for open two-wheel drive. I guess the cars are on the grid and almost ready to go.
Yeah, waiting for our cue here. Stacked field of open two-wheel drive. I know as we saw in the opening package, you and I walked around. Lots of abuse on these cars, I think, this weekend. I know we've had some mechanicals. A lot of drivers been working on the cars to get them here to the grid. But open two, this will be a very fun circuit for an open two-wheel drive. The high-speed corners, big drifting, wide corners. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think it's an epic track in any car, isn't it? But as you say, open two-wheel drivers, we can hear them tyre cleaning just next to us in the paddock. But there was a massive rate of attrition. Of the 19 cars that started or were in pre-practice this morning and set to have 3 semi-finals, only 10 cars made it to the finish of Q1. That's a real old-school rallycross rate of attrition, I have to say, and the open two-wheel drive category is a pretty old school category, isn't it? And it is open, like it's super open. You can do whatever you want. You can even have paddle shift on the gear change now, which we'll see some cars with that next weekend. In fact, there's some cars here as well, which we can talk about through the racing. So there's all these wonderful technical innovations. Okay, they're present in other motorsports, but to have that here in Rallycross in a traditional category of being kind of run what you brung, two-wheel drive, do what you want is brilliant. And I love that people are so obsessed with making progress that they can't sit still. There's a few people at home watching that I know can't just be content with having a good rear-wheel drive car because they always want to try and reinvent the wheel and improve it a bit more.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really fun is we have that category here where you can really push the limits, and being that it's a two-wheel drive class, you know, and a very, you know, kind of an old school throwback, I love that. And, you know, as we've seen just, you know, in this year, just the progression that these drivers are having and the new technology they're bringing in. A lot of these cars look older on the outside, but you look at the technology under the hood, they're a proper race car.
Yeah, most of them. The old Volvos are aesthetically at that, but they're all composite panels. The weight's all in the right place, and they've all got very up-to-date engines. We'll talk about Ola Frozog, who was 4th fastest in Q1. His car is full of modern tricks. As we get going with Q2 race 1 for open two-wheel drive here at Nysum Barnen. Fantastic to be back after a bit of a break in the Rallyx schedule.
It looks like in this one we're going to have John Nee in the 4th spot. We got Wallach in this, Van Hove, and Pearson as well. Looks like we've dropped one car. We're going to be down to just 3 in this one as we got the green flag flying. This one's slated for 3 laps. Got a full lap and a half around this first time by. Looks like Pearson got a little bit of a lead.
Mikkel Pearson been at this game a fair amount of time now in Rallyx with that Volkswagen Golf, a familiar face, and has had degrees of success. Van Hove was part of an incident that claimed Slavomir Wallach in the first corner in Q1. Both of those cars ending up on the bank on the outside of the first corner and needing to be recovered to the paddock. Doesn't look like Wallach has been able to get back in. Maybe it was more damage than we first thought, because there's been a bit of time now in the gap. The Automax team were working hard to get that car resolved. Wallach on the back of a dominant victory last weekend at Lydden Hill in the two-wheel drive Super Prix. Van Hove into the Joker.
Good move there by Van Hove, trying to reel in Pearson, who is going to have to take the Joker here on the next time by, but we've got both of our drivers, both John Nee and Van Hove, now have taken it.
Great job by Johnny's squad to get the engine changed in that machine. Had a problem in free practice, missed Q1, clearly now getting back out for Q2. Not necessarily a straightforward swap, but there is a lot of room in the big cars, the big BMWs and the big Mercedes. Naturally aspirated that car as well, so not too complicated.
Pearson with
all the pipe work.
Yeah, Pearson, I mean, massive gap here. Knows he's got it cleared. He's going to go into the Joker, have plenty of time to clear the field. I mean, I don't know what's happened to the rest of the field, but everybody continues to drop back.
Well, this is Van Hove and Nee's first real race, isn't it? Johnny doing enough here with consistently good lap times to get ahead of Pearson. Johnny with a 44.1 last time around. For reference, Lucas Gabrielson.
Well, tire smoke just billowing off the back of that car as he locks it up going into the corner.
That looks more than tire smoke. That's coming from the front, I think, under the front wheels. That could be engine related, couldn't it?
Then it just goes away. It's back. Yeah, there is definitely a problem there, but the car not looking like it. I mean, just flying is John Nee.
I think it's from the front, isn't it? Looking at it, it's coming out from under the front arches. I really hope they don't have a further problem. Could be a lot of oil burning off from where they've done that engine change in a rush. Doesn't sound too bad on the track side mics we can hear. 44.1 though, his best lap. 44.5 last time around. So just for reference, a 44.1 would have been, even down to 5th was a 43, 44.9 was in 7th. So not the quickest laps we've seen so far today in open two-wheel drive, but, and I always say this, it's very difficult to draw comparisons on lap times between sessions because they've graded the track in between Q1 or the end of Q2 for the cross-car categories and Q2 for open two-wheel drive over the short lunch break here. So drawing comparisons on lap time pretty difficult.
Yeah, so John Nee and Pearson, 1 and 2 in that one. Wallach not making the grid. Van Hove having to pull off. So we're going to go to Q2 race 2, open four-wheel drive, 3 laps. We got Victor Johansson in this one, Jason Bleasdale, Jensen, and Bjorn Stier. Stier in the pole. Victor Johansson on the outside. Nice jump for Victor Johansson. He's going to come all the way over and take it into the first corner. What a jump by Victor Johansson.
Great job by the Swede using that hybrid power in the big Mercedes. Really has spent a lot of time executing how the hybrid system in that car helps on the start line. Jason Bleasdale, I know, was struggling for traction earlier on. Was saying how slippy the circuit is. He came here last year, just forgotten quite how low grip it was and was going to put some more weight in the rear to try and help with start line performance. Victor Johansson, though, who won here on the second day last year, in a good position. He had a bit of a shocking season by his own high standards, hasn't he? He had disastrous engine issues in Tjerp earlier in the year, didn't go all his own way at Alsbyn either, did it? At his home round that he put so much effort into, and he really needs a good pair of results this weekend to try and close the margin on championship leader Lucas Gabrielsen.
Pushing up there, Victor Johansson. Looks like we are going to have, that is Jensen going to be diving in, taking the Joker. Big exuberant slide there, pushing wide. Going to lose a little bit of time there through the Joker, not what he wanted. Victor Johansson now with a couple of gaps over Stier in the second spot.
Great to have Jensen here this weekend. He won back in 2020 here in, it wasn't called open two-wheel drive then, it was more of a super national category, but testing the water to bring open two-wheel drive concept of cars into this championship, and thereafter it's been a firm fixture in this series. So great to have Jensen, who races here every year when we come to Nysum with his big machine. Bjorn Stier as well, a switch of car for this weekend. Great to have him in Rasmus Bergram's BMW. The Focus that Stier raced regularly was getting quicker and quicker, wasn't it? I think he was a bit frustrated with the reliability.
Brushes the wall there.
Made a switch for this weekend. Yeah, we've seen so many drivers this weekend, maybe more than ever, actually kissing the wall on the outside. You can lean on a bit, can't you, and just let the car continue moving forwards. A 42.3 that time around for Victor Johansson. 43.4, 43.9, 43.2 for Bleasdale. Bleasdale all over the back of Jensen.
A lot of pressure there.
All of these drivers going quicker on ultimate pace than the winner of the previous run.
So that is going to be Johansson and Stier both into the Joker. Johansson keeping it nice and tidy through there. Going to come around with another corner to go. Checkered flag going to be out. Victor Johansson going to take top honors. Stier going to hold on for second. It's going to be a battle to the stripe. Jensen there in the third spot. Bleasdale going to have to settle for fourth. It's got to feel good for Victor Johansson taking home a heat race win after some of the struggles there he had up in Alsbyn, but he is back, and you saw right out of the gate getting the hole shot from the outside, closing the door and never looked back.
Fastest time for Victor Johansson. Good job from him with still some races to come.
And Victor Johansson across the stripe, Stier. Jensen and Bleasdale.
Bleasdale had problems in the first one, went off at the end of the straight and then had a massive vibration, so chose to park it. His brother Darren also racing this weekend, but had a turbo failure in practice. Jorik Linneman, Danish Rallycross star, has helped them source a new turbo. Bleasdale Motorsport team's working hard in the paddock to get that changed.
Well, it's another 4 cars on the grid. This one we're going to have Casper Falson in it, as well as Tislin, another Falson entry, as well as Norman.
Great to have Marcus Norman here in the Mercedes CLK, now sporting a massive rear spoiler, and that's to give an indication as to just how much horsepower he has from that big Mercedes. And I was absolutely delighted for Marcus to have a good run in Alsbyn, his home round. Finally, after all these miserable years of reliability, had a good weekend. You can hear his car from our commentary position, even though it's some distance away. And yeah, fantastic that he's enjoying some better fortune, and clearly with a competitive time in the opener is going pretty well as well.
As that first lap, Anders Falson taking the Joker, going to drop back to 4th. Only driver on the first lap to take the Joker. Right now, running order is going to be Christian Tisland, Marcus Norman 1 and 2, and then a couple of Falson injuries with Casper and Anders in the 3rd and the 4th spot. Tisland continue to lead. Norman in the 2nd spot in the big Mercedes. Try and make up some ground here. We've had both the Falson entries now take the Joker. Our 2 lead cars yet to take it. 2 laps remaining here as we're on board with our leaders. Up and over the big crossover jump.
Tisland getting fastest of all on pace on a 42.0 on the previous lap. No sign of joking this time around. Marcus Norman goes into the alternative extra route. I don't think it's necessary. Oh, he's dropped it. That was unnecessary. Marcus starts out with a donut. Nice job, and had a reasonable margin, had some 8 seconds on 2nd, but just hasn't managed to get it going quick enough. Doesn't drop to the back though. Solid job from Norman. 41.6 now for Tisland up front, absolutely flying in the Volvo S40.
Norman driving a little bit angry now after that big spin, trying to fight back into this, trying to grab another position. Tisland now with just a massive gap over the rest of the field. But right here is the battle for 2nd. So Tisland in the 441 going to take the Joker on this final lap. But right now, looking to the inside, nothing there for Norman. Uh-oh, making a little mistake. Looked like a missed shift there. Coming out of the corner. Going to drop back. Looks like that's going to solidify Marcus Norman's spot in the 3rd position. So it's going to be Tisland with the victory. And it is going to be Anders Falson into the 2nd spot, running in 4th at the end of the 1st lap, battling all the way back to a 2nd place finish. Great run for him as we see the big jump there right off the bat for Tisland. Here's Marcus Norman with the big spin, just dropped in. Looks like he almost stalled it coming out of there. Wasn't happy with that. Christian Tisland running clean for 3 laps, taking away the victory. All right, so we got 4 more. This is going to be the last heat here for open 2-wheel drive. We got Olaf Oshag in this one, Emil Hammer, Per Magnus Royris, and Lucas Gabrielson. Lucas Gabrielson, our current points leader, definitely the one to watch in this one. Sitting there on the pole, have an amazing season yet so far. Pretty much running away with his championship with only a few rounds remaining. 143 points up on John Nee in the 2nd spot in the points with 101. We'll be looking for Lucas Gabrielson.
Brilliant start from Gabrielson on the inside. It's Olaf Frozag who shuts the door to run 2nd in the 1st corner. Emil Hammer making a very welcome return to Rallyx this weekend after retiring from this event last year with a massive accident. Per Magnus Royras, a long-term rear-wheel drive rallycross campaigner in the 3-rotor Michael engine, Citroen Zara in the background.
Look at the speed they're carrying down into the corner, onto the brakes. Gabrielson looking beautiful through that corner. Nice and tight line up and over the bridge. Top 3. Very, very close here, though, with Froshag in there as well as Royris in the 3rd spot. A little bit of a gap over Hammer back in the 4th spot. Hammer, the only driver yet to take a Joker. As I say that, looks like Royris is going to jump in and take the Joker as well. Big slide there. Must be quite slippery in that corner. We've seen it 1 spin already, a couple almost 2. It looks like, wow, that is the 407 there. Royris looked like almost some contact.
Just avoiding each other at the Joker merge. We'll see plenty of that as we get through the latter stages of today. At the moment, we'll only have 2 semi-finals for the open 2-wheel drive cars, given the rate of attrition so far. But flames pouring from the back of the Citroen Zara. Emil Hammer just holding on. Hammer returned to the Danish Championship this year after the car was repaired. Huge accident he had crossing the start-finish area last season. Into the Joker goes Olaf Frozag this time around. Going to cover off the Roy Rass hammer battle.
Had to get into the brakes really hard there on his last lap. Diving to the inside.
Garrison further up the road on his final tour. Frozhaug whale-tailing the big Volvo S40, 680 brake horsepower. The big machine has first drove that car back in 2004, did Oliver Frozhaug. We saw him race a much newer BMW at Tjerp. Just didn't work out for him. Roy Rass looks to the inside. This is a real opportunity here at Nysum.
Oh, a little contact.
Great job by Roy Rass to get that stopped on the inside. Frozhaug looks to the inside, bails out of it. Little clip of the rear, that's not going to matter. Lucas Gabrielsen then, though, is up the road and gone. He's going to cross the line with a 2:41.9. That is not enough to go quickest in Q2 here. Tislin, the home driver, is going to take it.
Well, that was definitely an eventful one right from the start. Lucas Gabrielsen jumping out front, and that was the best thing he could have did. Never looked back. Almost had contact there coming out of the Joker.
My apologies.
That was Roy Rass.
Is Norwegian, not Danish. We're a little bit far away from the timing screen here in commentary, but yeah, my bad. So the Norwegian sets the fastest time in Q2. That was a great move from Roy Rass up the inside of Frozhaug. Frozhaug so experienced in rear-wheel drive machinery, but at the end of Q2, it is going to be Tisland, Victor Johansson, Bjorn Stur coming into this now. The timing screen is updated, and Lucas Gabrielsen just pipped Stur for P3. Interesting though, Jim, in the title fight, because Victor Johansson really needs a good haul of points here relative to Gabrielsen.
Oh, he definitely needs a big haul of points. Gabrielsen looking very strong. Got that whole shot, never looked back. We got Oscarson, Lundgren, Larson in this one.
Supercar lights, here we go for the first time. We're asking live on Rallyx from Nysum. Oscarson on the inside. Oh, there's contact with Mats Larsen. Larsen gets fired around on the outside. Oscarson also has damage. Newcomer Hugo Lundgren is going to lead this run by the Team Foreign squad. Oscarson's still parked there. That's basically on the racing line, getting out of the car. That could be a red flag, Jim, because that's on such a fast part of the circuit.
Getting out of the car, running in a hurry, almost brushing the wall there. That is Larson.
Made sure the door was nice and shut, didn't he, did Pontus Oscarsson? Not strictly necessary, but now this is a critical job for the spotters to let the driver know that there's a car parked in the track in the first corner. We'll see it as we come down the hill here. Where is Oscarsson's car? That's not ideal, really. And we can't afford to red flag all the races because of the time to continue the event. There's a curfew here at 6 o'clock in the evening, but these drivers will all be compromised now by that car being on the line, and you won't be able to take exactly the route you want to.
No, and I think that if this was a final, they may have red flagged it, especially with more cars on the track and more laps. But
I think actually it'd be more beneficial to red flag this one because of the time element between the two races. In a final, once it's there, it's kind of there, isn't it? The time is irrelevant at that stage. But if you watch where Hugo comes over the first of the little hops down the hill, just onto the loose, see the car steps out a little
almost
bit.
adding a chicane down the straightaway.
Not going to lose out too much, but certainly a little bit, and that's not ideal at all. Mats Larsen had a big spin in his Q1 race, so the home driver not having a lot of fortune, but there's no semi-finals in Supercar Light. 6 cars in the field, so they'll all be making it through to the final, and anything can happen here, as we've seen many times. Jurek Linnemann won from the back of the field many years ago in his original Volkswagen Polo supercar by having a great start in the wet from the dry part of the circuit. You just never know here. The first corner has so many opportunities that being in the final is the important thing.
All right, so newcomer Hugo Lundgren looking like he's going to take this one home, going through that Joker on this final lap. Got enough there to clear Mats Larsen after that contact earlier. Checkered flag out. It's going to be Hugo Lundgren with the win in this heat, followed by Mats Larsen. Oscarsson after that contact, that incident in first corner. Not going to finish this one, but Lundgren, one way or another, got to be happy with that.
Lundgren's done a great job there. Only a tenth slower than Larsen on ultimate lap time pace. Now we don't know whether Larson had any damage from this incident. Let's have a look back at the first corner. Larson goes high and wide to a cut back in, shuts the door on Oscarson. There'll be a penalty for that, Jim, because you can't expect the car on the inside just to disappear.
Well, there was nowhere for the inside car to go.
No, I think that will be looked on dimly by race director Rallyx Nitis. But maybe we can speak to Rallyx actually while they clear this car up. I'm not sure if producer Kala is in a position to make that happen, but we can find out indeed. Lundgren, though, been super impressive so far today. Currently third in the Swedish Cross Car Championship is the young Swede, and yeah, showing good form. Of course, a good team helps, doesn't it? And the 16-year-old running with Team Farum will only help his learning process.
So Hugo Lundgren with the win in this one. Mads Larsen going to hold on for second. We'll see if there is a penalty applied on that one. Oscarson, unfortunately, going to take the DNF on that one, not finishing. Like you'd said, Hal, though, all 6 drivers going to transfer through.
So hopefully we can speak to Rallyx Nitis while this car is scooped up. Rallyx, are you hearing us?
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Hello, mate. Nice to see you. Talk us through that. The car on the outside shut the door quite rapidly into the first corner. What do you make of it?
Yeah, for me it's easy. It's a black flag. We cannot allow drivers to drive like this. You are completely outside, and then you don't respect any car inside. And when hit happened, it was in a clean racing line, and yeah, he's not alone in the track, especially in the start. So easy for me.
Yeah, we're just having a look back at that actually on the replays as you explain, Rallyx, and what Rallyx is saying there is this: the Mads Larsen cars come hard into Pontus Oscarson and squeeze them into the inside. I think ultimately, Rallyx, and as I often say in comments, you just can't expect someone on the inside to disappear. You've got to assume that car is going to be there and give racing room.
Yeah, at least you have to leave, I don't know, one car a width or 1.5 to free space to the inside, and then you can go around outside. But here it was clearly, yeah, didn't respect any car inside, and also the car who was inside didn't finish and broke. So yeah, expensive. We don't need those moves.
Thank you, Rallyx. Great insight. I'm sure we'll speak to you later with the first corner here in Nysum. Enjoy.
Well, I mean, I think it was definitely the right call, Hal. It was pretty much like you and I'd said. I think once we saw the replay the first time, we knew the result, what was going to happen.
Well, you don't always know, do you? That's the problem, and it's always a bit satisfying when what you think is going to happen gets validated, because sometimes I think I've been a bit harsh, and then Rallyx might be like, oh no, it wasn't so bad, but I think fairly clear cut, wasn't it? You can't come in from the outside. But what we saw Mads Larsen try and do was try the big swing around the outside, which we've seen lots of people do already today in Q1, and we will continue to see people trying to do, because it's a real opportunity around the outside. It's high risk though, and you'll see a lot of people getting fired up the bank and sometimes making it no further.
All right, so we've got another group of drivers on the grid here, ready for their Q2 qualifying session. This one's going to be Vittels, Lindquist, and Darbeck. Lindquist currently leading points. Kevin Darbeck second, 121 to 114. So this championship very much up for grabs. Vittels currently sitting in the 4th spot, 88 points. Going to be a tough run for Vittels to make his way back into this championship. Not saying it's not possible, but right now Lindquist and Darbeck in a shootout. Every lap counts for these 2 drivers, both of them sitting in the 2nd and the 3rd spot, because if Darbeck can come from the outside, make something happen. Looks like all 3 evenly matched. Vittels may have a little edge on the inside. Darbeck diving down to the bottom. Look at that, a lot of contact there between Lindquist and Vittels into that first corner.
Good experience of this venue from Kevin Darbeck, who's going to almost get alongside Roberts Vittels on the exit of turn 2, dives into the Joker for the first time. We're asking a bit of tyre smoke now off the back of Vittels' car, where the 2 cars have rubbed together. Darbeck very wise though off the line, wasn't he, to just assess what was going on, tuck back in, stay out of trouble. Vittels missed the last doubleheader in Alsbyn, of course. He's here for this weekend in Denmark and next weekend in Germany to try and salvage his championship situation. It's not impossible. His disadvantage though is there isn't a lot of cars, so even if Alexander Lindquist was to finish last on both days, that's still 6th and reasonable points. So big ask for Roberts Vittels, but he's done such amazing things in his career, winning at supercar level in the British Championship. He's done supercar lights against some of the best drivers to have competed in the series, RX2E. He was race winner in as part of the World Championship. He's done a lot as Roberts, and yeah, a lot of potential.
All right, so it's Wittels out front, Lindquist in the second spot, our points leader there in second. Remember, Darvik took that joker early on the first lap. He's trying to reel back in. Lindquist, our points leader, desperately needs to get by Lindquist. We'll see if he's got enough, as we've got a couple laps remaining. Both our two lead cars yet to take the joker. We're going to see who takes this guy by. Wittels obviously won't. Lindquist doesn't either, wants to try and space the gap on Darvik, who's already taken it, so that's going to go down to the last lap for both our two lead cars. Right now, though, Lindquist knows that time split back to Darvik, really trying to cover it because he knows Darvik is charging on this last lap.
The right call, though, because Darvik's not as quick as Lindquist in second, so the margin is increasing for the Swede. Meanwhile, Robert Wittels just on a 40.8 for Lindquist, 40.9 for Darvik, but for reference, the fastest lap in the free was almost done by Larson on a 41.7. So these three cars, the class of the field in this category at the moment. Of course, Wittels and Lindquist have to joker this time around, and barring any mistakes, they're going to come out comfortably ahead of Darvik. Or as I say that, Darvik has done a brilliant job on this lap. Maybe not a perfect joker. Wittels takes it. Darvik did a 40.9 on that last lap, because it wasn't a world-beating lap, but he was just obviously very, very tidy, and I think Lindquist lost a bit in the joker, enough for Darvik to take second. Great job when I said Lindquist had it in the bag. Of course, we have no sector times really on the timing screen, so it's tricky to make a call on that.
This is just a great bit of driving by Darvik. Saw the two leaders making contact, dove into the third spot, said, you know what, I want out of this. Took that joker early on, and it was probably the move that got him second in this race. He just decided to run his own race, and you see as it came into play on that last lap, just slides in right in front of Lindquist with one corner to go, taking that second spot away. That's what he needed. Slowly chipping away at that points lead of Alexander Lindquist, as Wittels taking the first spot, Darvik in second, Alexander Lindquist in third. What a race that one was. Wittels, though, leading that thing wire to wire. Beautiful bit of racecraft. All right, now we're moving to open four-wheel drive. Tanevik, Bell, Nysum, Sirna, Omen in this one. Omen with the pole. Sirna with a little bit of jump. Oh, contact with Omen and Sirna. Omen, big slide, almost lost it.
Well to hold on to that at a moment, sorry. Nysum is in command of this. Robert Sirna didn't have a good run there. Got stuck in the traffic as well in Q1 earlier, and has ended up in this fight. Bart Bell in the RX1 supercar, the Ford Focus. That's the car that was driven last year by Nathan Ottink in the Pro-Am category. Omen, though, up front is applying the pressure hard to Emil Nysum.
Yeah, Nysum, little mistake there, drifted a little wide. Omen going to go side by side over the bridge. Looks like he's going to cut in front. Looks like he's going to seal this one.
Brave pass, and I think he's also smashed the lens on the drone, hasn't he? Looking at that camera shot, Nysum into the rear of Omen now at the end of the straight. Jokers this time around. That could be risky if Bart Bell doesn't joker behind. This is going to be close.
Oh, look at that. Wow, Nysum just slowly sliding in.
Robert Sirna into the rear of Bart Bell a few times there. This will be frustrating for Sirna. Bell yet to joker. Sirna went. It's a risk, isn't it, jokering on the first lap from that position when you know you've got such better pace. But Sirna, who has a big chunk into the rear of Bart Bell, that'll be looked at dimly. You can't run into the rear of people like that. It's so unnecessary. Okay, go for the move up the inside. Sirna's very capable of getting good moves done. Driving frustrated, I totally get it. But at the same time, Jim, Bells doesn't have to joker, does he? Into the joker this time around. Goes Adam Omen. This is going to be enough to come out ahead of Emil Nysum. The bumperless Bart Bell does go in this time around and releases Robert Sirna. Sirna's race is done, though, in terms of getting a good time. So to go back to what I was saying on the first lap, Sirna was at the back of the pack, had no option but to joker. But his problem is the other cars in this race, certainly in Bart Bell, just don't have the pace that you normally see from Sirna. So you end up in a situation where if you don't joker, you can be held up, and if you do joker, you've got to rely on Bell going in to not be held up later in the race. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do it. In some ways, you're almost better to follow, try and pass on the first lap, then get the hammer down. But that's all very easy for me to say standing. here.
And Serna, you know, he just started making mistakes. He's a very precise driver, and just kind of started driving a little bit sloppy, which is out of character for Serna. As Omen taking home the first spot, Nysum, then Serna, and I think Serna, it all goes back to that first corner with the contact with Omen. They were bumping each other pretty hard. Serna getting the worst of it, and I think that just got in his head. And as a race car driver, when you get in your head, it generally doesn't work out so well. As we're going to get a look here at that first lap, there's Omen and Serna just bumping in each other. Omen right-hand turn right into Serna, pushing him way wide.
I'd like to see that again. I just don't understand how it got to that point. Okay, there's a lot of...
Looks like Serna holding his line. He drifted
So
over.
Omen's got to turn right a little bit there because, as we saw yesterday when we drove the track in the rental car, the barrier comes out at you on the left-hand side, doesn't it? So
Yes.
tricky into the first corner.
Yeah, you can't head straight and do a normal apex. You got to drift right before you go left.
Serna driving livid though, set the fastest lap of the race on a 39.1 on the final tour. And for reference, Lucas Anderson did a 39.0 as a best lap in the previous session. So the lap time that Serna did when he got free air was very competitive indeed. But as you can see, confirmation of the result: Omen, Nysum, Serna. Bell didn't make it to the finish. I think no, Bell did make it to the finish, so yeah, graphic not quite right there. And Tom Daniel Tanovic we haven't seen since free practice this morning. Here we go with the final race of Q2 in open four-wheel drive.
Well, you know, going back to that previous one as well, Serna in this points championship really trying to chip away. Lucas Anderson, Ericsson, Christensen, Merstad, and Darbeck. Great to see Thomas Merstad doing double duty this weekend. We'll see how he can do.
Great start from Ollie Ericsson. Darbeck tries the outside move at his home track. It does not work at all. Lucas Anderson playing second fiddle to Ollie Ericsson at the front of the field at the moment. Darbeck gets going again, but went for that outside move, was in the loose dirt and just couldn't get it turned in the way he wanted. Into the Joker, Thomas Merstad for the first time we're asking, but Ollie Ericsson made a good start in Q1. The best start though came from Victor Christensen, who I guess must have guessed the lights a little bit, because I was standing right next to the start line. I videoed it actually to play it back in slow-mo, and the nose of his car just started to move before the rest of the pack went. It wasn't a jump start, but it was a great anticipation. Got the whole shot around the outside and drove to the front. That allowed Lucas Anderson, who jokered early on, to pick up the pieces. Anderson into the Joker this time around, followed by another young charger in Victor Christensen. This is to go, and Anderson clips the wall on the inside of the Joker, gets away with it at the moment. Has that punctured the tyre though, because that was a big impact with the wall. Victor Christensen has also got out ahead of Merstad.
All right, so we're going to run up that long straight into this big tight corner.
38.7 last time around for Ollie Ericsson. Fastest lap of the day so far from the former Rallyx champion. Merstad monitoring the track markers as they got the hill. Oh, he's got right to the wall on the outside on the jump.
And both of the drivers there was crossed up over in the air, correcting midair. What a wild section over that bridge that was, as Ericsson continued to lead along, chaos happening behind him.
I enjoy watching Christensen drive these cars. He really leans on the rear axle, doesn't he, using the weight bias in the FC2 machines with the engines in the behind the driver to keep the car rotated all the time. 38.3 now for Ollie Ericsson. He's absolutely charging at the front. 8/10 of a second quicker than Robert Serna, his OMSE teammate, went in the previous race.
Ollie Ericsson now taking the Joker on this last lap. The only driver yet to do it. He's going to clear Lucas Anderson by about 2 car lengths. He's going to go into this final corner, and it is going to be Ericsson, Anderson. It's going to be Christensen into the third spot. Merstad and Darbeck.
All of the drivers in this one, bar Darbeck, have gone quicker than Adam Omen's result from the previous race.
Look at Darbeck on the high side. This is that incident in the first corner. Just over-rotated out in the gravel. And
well, he's gone for the wide line, hasn't he? Just way too wide on the entry on the real loose gravel. In fairness, he's giving all of the respect and not shutting the door like we saw from Mads Larsson. This is that move. He could have done with being like another 2 car whips across the left before sending it in. Tricky though from that position, because like you say, you don't want to shut the door too hard.
All right, that was Anderson going through the Joker. Oh, a little brush there with the wall. That was Anderson. Oliver Eriksson having that double jump. Beautiful shot there. The OMSC machine. And the finish. It was Oliver Eriksson with a couple car links over Lucas Anderson. Lucas Anderson currently leading Supercar points in the Rallyx Americas Series. Second here behind Oliver Eriksson in Q2, race number 2. Victor Christensen, Thomas Merstad, and Tobias Darvik round out your 5-car field. All right, Hal. Well, we're through Q2, and obviously things are stacking up, and what a great bit of racing that was.
Yeah, brilliant. And come back to us in just 9 minutes' time for the start of Q3. Watch these highlights. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, biscuit maybe, and we'll see you in just a few minutes' time.
And now, a 10-minute exclusive sneak peek of the upcoming episode of Rallyx Unfiltered.
The gearbox explodes, so tomorrow it will be end for us. But
Studio, that's fine. All right, we're gridded up. We got Crosskart Junior, Karam, Clausen, Idle, and Mertens in this one. Karam on the inside with a pole. That is the 34 of Pin Clausen, though, going from the outside all the way to the P1 spot. Looks like we had a pass there for the second spot as well.
4 fastest in Q1 for Pim Clausen. And then a 4-time in Q2, presumably. Yeah, DNF for in Q2 for Clausen. I think I saw that car being recovered actually when we were running around sorting out the opener for the show. Clausen, who was a real star when we were in Valkenswaard earlier in the year. Of course, home circuit will have been advantageous to Clausen here on a totally different track. Is a different experience altogether, but runs wide going up the hill. Of course, the juniors, as usual, get the worst of the track conditions with
little wet out there. Yeah, a little wet out there, a little slippery. Clausen doing the best thing. Yeah, look at that. No joker. Doesn't have quite enough clearance there over Idle in the second spot, so Clausen going to come down. Big drift there through that final corner. Looking off another lap, 2 to go in this one. Clausen, Idle, Karam, Mertens. Mertens the only driver so far to take the joker in the number 15 car. Down that big long stretch, up and into the big sweeper. Clausen continuing to push.
Critical session for these, for some of these drivers if they're going to make the 3 semi-finals later on today in Crosscar Junior. Clausen is well within this tier for the pace can be replicated from Q1 in the Peters cross car. Shouldn't really be at risk, but Idal certainly on the cusp. Mertens as well, Eppo Mertens unlikely to make at this stage without a strong turning pace here. Of course, it depends on what happens, and if every other race in the session is a total bun fight, then the time will be very good and you'll probably make it. But at the moment, assuming that most of the other drivers having a relatively clean run, it's going to be a big ask. Maya Karim as well, currently 21st overall with a 21st and a 20th time. So yeah, we're really seeing the least experience of the drivers here who are looking to gain the knowledge necessary to compete at the front, and so often we've seen drivers really progress through the ranks in the junior categories. Pim Klaassen takes his first race victory in junior cross car.
Idle into the second spot. Looks like it's going to be Karam holding on for third.
The time is a 2:53.8, which would have been good enough in Q2, a 2:53.8. Bear with me, a 53. Ooh, a 54 was 11. No one did a 53, that's inconvenient. So 52.1 was 5th. 54.4 was 8th. So yeah, a 53.8 is pretty competitive inside the top 10, and that will all but secure Klaassen a place in the semi-finals. So job done in that respect.
Idle Karam in that one as well. But now moving on to another group, we got R. Jacobson, Nysum, Karam, and Van Gorp on the line. Jacobson with the pole on the inside. Van Gorp all the way on the outside. Gonna see, hadn't been that bad of a position for a lot of drivers. You can get a good jump off the green. You can actually carry the momentum through that first corner. You get that pole, you actually have to drift right a bit. So sometimes that position 4 hasn't been quite that bad, especially if the 3 drivers on the inside try and get a little bit racy on that first corner. We're going to see if Van Gorp can make it happen. A little struggle off the jump. Right now it looks like Julie Karam going to be carrying the speed into that first corner, the 429. Making a little mistake, drifted wide. She's going to give that one back to the 18 of Jacobson. So Jacobson regaining the lead, followed by Karam.
Jackson doing a good job in the speed car extreme. Here the cross car junior machines come through, turn 4 and then down the straight. Can you call that 5, the little left-hand kink? But now you hear them just sitting on the rev limiter. Rev limited, of course, these cars to control the speed, along with other parameters within junior cross car, just to keep them under control.
Car's really looking for traction up on that long hill climb up the back to the bridge. Going back up front. That is Julie Karam there. Getting a little pressure. Oh, big rollover. Looks like Julie Karam getting into it.
This could be a red flag, given that the driver of that car is yet to get out. We'll have to wait and see. I didn't actually see that. I was looking down at results from Q2 to see what the order was. So I don't know if I missed that completely or if it was missed by our shots as well. But it'd be interesting to see that again shortly.
That was Julie Karam and Emily Nysum in that one. And just as you said, I was looking down at the timing and scoring monitor as that happened. So I didn't see exactly what happened. One went over. Julie Karam ended up getting stuck in the sand trying to get out. So don't quite know what happened. I'm sure we'll get a replay at the end of this thing.
So right now, it's Nysum who's rolled.
Karam is stuck.
There was contact between the two as well. Just seeing a replay from the truck at the moment. Here, Nysum just massively outbraked and collected Karim, I think, from what I saw. Yeah. So we will have to see that.
All right, so Jacobson now continuing to lead. It's the last lap. Going to clear that incident there. Van Gorp, quite a bit of gap back there to the second spot. Leader going through the Joker. Unless there's an incident here, it looks like Jacobsen going to walk away with the victory in this one.
Good pace as well from Jacobsen. 46.1 was the best lap, despite those yellow flags out for the incident that is still being cleared up. And the time is a 2:53.3, so 5 tenths, I think. We didn't have the time from the previous race on our screen yet, but I think that was a 2:53.8 from memory. Yes, it was. Pim Clarkson. It pops up now. He did a 2:53.8, 2:53.3, fastest at the moment.
That's only two going to finish that one, Jacobsen and Van Gorp. As that incident with Nysum and Karam, still trying to find out what happened in that one, but
yeah, Nysum braked herself and collected Karim, I think, at the end of the straight. Once we get confirmation that everything is all fine there, I think we can have a look back at it.
slight breeze starting to pick up here at Nysum. Sun has been out, slight breeze, beautiful race conditions. Going to drive this track out a little quicker.
Okay, little update for those of you waiting for the racing to restart. We're just waiting for an update as to when we can get going again. As soon as we have that, we will let you know. 30 seconds, a minute or so, we'll have some more information. Okay, so an update from race control. The incident has been cleared up, as you can see on the screen at the moment, but because the ambulance needs to leave the site as a precaution for those involved, more of that we can bring you when we know more. We need to wait until there is enough medical facilities on site to continue. Now that here in Denmark should be very quick, so bear with us. Between 5 and 15 minutes we should be back underway. As soon as we know more, we will let you know.
right, well, welcome back here to Nysum, Denmark after slight delay. We are ready to go back to racing. We are knee-deep here in these qualifying sessions. This is junior cross car Q3. This one we got Jalami, Lapati, Nielsen, Huka, and Schnack in this one. Huka on the inside. Huka has been very strong this season. It's great to be back here racing after that slight delay. 3 laps coming at you. Huka with the whole shot. Blocking the rest of the field off.
Great start for Huka. Good, comfortable margin into turn 2, and the delay, while it won't have been ideal for these drivers sitting in the cars on the grid, at least the track is dried out now, so the conditions will be that bit quicker for them. Now we're getting to the sharper end of the Q3 session for these junior cross car machines as well. Expect the times to tumble from where they've been so far. Currently Jakobsen's fastest on a 2:53.3. Jakobsen's done the fastest lap of the session so far on a 46.170 as well. What can Jere Huka do, who is, as you say, Jim, one of the pace setters in the junior cross car division?
Yeah, Huka's had a very strong run so far this season. Currently in that points battle. It's tough for drivers too. You sit there, it's been about a 30-minute delay, you're hot, you're warm, it is a warm day out here, and drivers sitting there, you get in your head, you have all your racecraft figured out, how you're going to approach the race, and then you got your adrenaline built up, you're ready to go, and then you got to sit for 30 minutes, and it's like you got to do it all over again. So restarting when you're cold and you've completely let all the adrenaline dump out of you, it's really tough as a driver. But Huka, I mean, one of the strongest in this field we've seen all season long, round in, round out, obviously got it figured out, and is putting the pace down out here and really pushing here with 2 laps to go.
Lapati we've seen do some good things as well this season, but the times are really tumbling now. 44.9 on the opening complete lap for Jere Huka is 1.2 seconds quicker than the best we've seen so far within this session. Huka currently 4th in the standings. 3 third-place finishes to his name so far. Been in the final at every single round of the Rallyx North season. Doing a good job. Takes a couple of attempts of his best lap on the next tour as well for a 44.7.
Well, you know, talking about Huka sitting 4th, you know, the interesting thing is Ministo's just been almost unbeatable this season. Only lost 1 round so far, that was round number 4. But Huka, Antilla, and Matt Lamaki, only a total of, I believe, 7 points separating the 3 drivers there for that 2nd spot in the points championship. So while Ministo is pretty much checked out on the field, man, that battle for 2nd and 3rd is very much alive.
It's not over until it's over, is it? As Huka stops the clock at 2:47.6, massively quicker than Jakobsen went with a 2:53. So Huka goes fastest at the moment. 2:47.8 was quickest in Q1 at 2:50.2 for Mina Perämäki in Q2. So that is the fastest session time so far. Can have been beaten by those still yet to go. 2 races still to go in Junior Cross Car Q3 to round up qualifying here on day 1 in Nysum. There's confirmation of the result. Huka, Schnack, Lapati, Nielsen and Jalami.
Fans enjoying the beautiful weather out here, Danish countryside.
Last year we needed those umbrellas for the rain that came on Saturday afternoon. This year it's rather different, although it's much like Spa or Knock Hill or any other circuit that brings mixed weather conditions. This could be somewhere where things change rather quickly.
I think high today is supposed to be 20 degrees Celsius. That's 69 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you North American viewers, or at least in the United States. But we've got another group here. This is Van Glavik, Isak Setra, Kengasaho, Mane, and Lundgren in this one. That was Kengasaho making a little move there, getting up front. Kengasaho's been very strong as of late.
Good move around the outside for the young Finn. Great job in turn one. So many options on line here in the first corner. I really do enjoy that here at Nysum. Thanks for yet to make the final so far this season, but has been in the thick of the action through the qualifiers. Sometimes with the 3 semi-finals, when there's a lot of junior cross cars, it just doesn't work out for you. We will see 3 semi-finals today for the young Chargers. Hasn't been the case all year. And Rallyx runs a bit wide on the way up the hill. And fair play to Van Glabbing's team for having a very distinctive livery for the Belgian driver. It certainly helps from the array of white cars we often get. There's a Sebastian etc. who's already jokered in this race, just pressuring the rear of Anton Mane. Mane into the joker this time around.
All right, so Mane and etc. both taking the joker so far. A few laps remaining here. So 4th and 5th have done it. Kingasaho continues to be out front. Etc. there, trying to get a run up on Lundgren. To the inside. Diving down. Gonna make the pass stick.
Great move from etc. Had that set up a long way back. Needed to get it done as well, nice and clean, because we'll have known that Lundgren needed to go into the joker route. etc. has also got Kangasaho at the merge. This is a strong run from Sebastian etc. A 44.3 on that lap as well, is the fastest of the session so far. So on a flyer is the young Norwegian. etc. Best result of 2nd so far, all the way back in Tjør.
Yeah, great run there. Went from 4th to 1st in a matter of a couple of corners. Right now they're going to have to hold off Kingasaho, dropping back to 2nd spot. Looking inside with etc. nice and tidy through that one. So Kingasaho looking to the inside, coming down that big sweeper. Not going to be anything there. A little over rotation. Checker flag's going to be out. etc. going to take this one. Kingasaho going to hold on for 2nd. Now the battle for 3rd. William Lundgren going to hold on for 3rd.
Dropped a 10th on his best lap, did etc. This was a great start from Kangasaho. etc. right at the back of the pack on the opening lap after taking that early joker. Currently 4th here. We didn't quite see etc.'s joker. The times are 2:47.6. Just a couple of hundredths quicker than Jere Hukar. So top of the order at the moment. Coming into this session, etc. was top of the pile with a 1st and a 7th in the opening 2 qualifiers. Confirmation of the result in this one with another session still to go. So this will be all about whether Mina, Perimäki, Monisto and Thiele, the regular front runners in junior cross car, can better the time of etc. It's close in the points. Tias Tovio only 3 points behind etc. in the intermediate classification.
We're off and running again. More cross car junior. Perimäki, Monisto and Thiele.
Monisto takes it into the first corner. Solid job from the driver that's been so strong this year. And it hasn't been a whitewash. It's been a lot of battling in both the heats, the semis and the finals. But it starts like that make all the difference when you want to get the job done. The pressure will be building as well when after this long break leading the championship. I think the gap's been big enough that you'll be able to take a bit of a pause and not think about it for a bit, but right now it's going to be right in your mind every single time you get in the car, isn't it? The pressure of leading by such a margin.
It's just not leading to me, it's just dominating. I mean, only 1 loss all season long. That's almost unheard of. It's such a strong effort this season by Monisto.
It's been about building the races there, hasn't it? Several times, as we saw up in Honkijoki, Alvsbyn as well. The pace is so close that it hasn't been all about just leading from the front. It's been about delivering those solid weekends, and you've got to have a lot of confidence and consistency to be able to do that. Look at all the cars lining the kart track in the background. Sadly, we weren't able to go karting last night. We did attempt to, but the reliability of the local karts was very similar to that of open two-wheel drive in Q1, wasn't it? There wasn't many running when we were waiting, but the kart track now uses a car park for the many spectators that are here. Look at them all in the banking as Perimaki goes into the Joker this time around. One of the revelations this season for me is Mina Perimaki doing a great job there in the speed car. It's the older of the speed car machines, the Extreme. The Wonder R has been the car of choice for many now, hasn't it? The latest evolution, all of these cross cars being developed. All the while, Ministo leading from the front in a Wonder, 44.7. Not quite on the pace of Ease Etc. at the moment on lap pace. Could this be a top qualifier position for Norwegian Sebastian Ease Etc.? We'll find out in just a couple of corners' time. Into the Joker.
It looks like Stubber up Fredrickson in as well.
Driving for the line is a battle for second between everybody else. Ministo takes it though. The time is 2:46.8. It is going to be quickest. Nobody else though betters the time of Ease Etc. And based on where Ministo was, Sebastian Ease Etc. is going to take the top qualifier position here in Nysum, round 7 of the Crosscar Junior Series.
It's Crosscar Junior. We're going to see some highlights here. That one a bit uneventful with Ivari Ministo taking top honors across the finish line. Saw a little bit of action there in the Joker on that final lap. But it's still taking the top spot. Antil and Perimaki, your top through in this one. Stubber up Fredrickson, 4th, and Tovio going to round out your top 5. We got cross cars here. Rudd, Ease Etc., Ministo, Schnack, Yalami in this one. Big contact.
What a mess in the first corner. That is not what Ease Etc. needed. That is the blue and red machine you see going into turn 2. The time loss minimal for the Norwegian. Are there still cars there stuck on the straight? Judging by the flashing in the background of cars going behind that barrier, I suspect everyone's got going again. But Ease Etc., much like his nephew in Junior Cross Car Sebastian, was quickest in Q1, the Norwegian, who is in the hunt to try and close the gap on Carl Svedlund in the junior cross car, in the cross car title battle. But an issue in Q2, now lost more time in Q3. That is not what Ease Etc. needed. Up front though, Yulalami, who lies 5th in the championship, 1 on the second day at Tjörp, is not having a great weekend either at the moment. Leads in this one, 41.3 is the opening lap. Clearly a problem in Q2 that we didn't see. He hasn't finished either of the sessions, Jonathan Yulalami, so why that is, to be honest, I don't know. There's so many cars here, it's difficult to keep up with what everyone's up to in the paddock, but we will definitely find that out, because Yulalami has had a torrid day so far. Ease Etc. has gone faster than the race leader, so clearly no damage on Ease Etc.'s car from that opening corner contact. Into the Joker goes the Norwegian at the second opportunity.
All right, so resetting the order here, we got Yalami, Ease Etc., Rudd, Ministo, and Schnack in this one. Gonna come through on a screamer up this long straightaway into that big braking zone. Watch Ease Etc. when he goes across this bridge. When he goes down the bottom side of the bridge, it's almost like the car carries a wheelie down the backside. It's something remarkable. A big air that time, no wheelie, but Ease Etc. just on a flyer on this one as our leader dives into the Joker. Yalame looks like he's gonna have enough to clear Ease Etc., but it is gonna be tight. Checkered flag out. It's going to be Alami hanging on just briefly over Espinise, etc.
He's etc. did the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, but great job from Girolami to hold him off.
That's Ministo there, crossing the checkered flag as well. Schnack going to take a DNF as we get a look here at the start of this race. There's a 43 of Rudd getting spun around there early. A lot of contact. Everybody else able to resume, and it looked like just spun himself around, and that caused everybody else to get caught up in the mix.
Ease etc. actually got away with that, didn't he? It'll be nice to see that start incident again, but Ease etc. got sort of squeezed, got sent a little bit sideways, and then managed to get in the throttle and sort of drive out of it. So a solid job from the Norwegian to escape that. 14 points behind in the championship race. Ease etc. comes into this weekend, doesn't win that one, just 2 tenths shy of Girolami, but a solid job. And based on who's coming in the next races, we can expect those times to be pretty good when we get to the tail end of these set of cross-car races.
All right, this one we've got Auti, Reisner, Clausen, Rosemont, and Johansson. Oh, big contact into the wall. That was the number 38. Is that 38, I believe?
Rosmalm shut the door there, I think, on
88, excuse me, yeah.
Johansson on the inside. Tricky into the Joker this time around. Getting nice and clean, the Joker now, isn't it?
Aram out front.
Klaassen doing a good job. Ottink and Klaassen running together in the Peters machines this weekend. Ottink, of course, has raced the Supercar Light, has raced in open four-wheel drive in the Supercar that Bart Bell is driving this weekend in the last couple of years. This could be a lunge, couldn't it? Up the inside for Simon Johansson. Great job to get that move done on Ottink.
Ottink get pushed way wide there, almost to the top of the track.
Oscar Osman in the Joker and lost a heap of time, drops to the back of the pack.
So it's Reisner, Johansson, Ottink, Klaassen, and Rosemont now.
Klaassen on a flyer, 40.6 the lap time.
Reisner up and over the bridge. Right there, that is the battle with Ottink and Klaassen. Ottink in the third spot. Going back up front, that is Reisner. Going to jump in, take the Joker. 1 and 2 through the Joker. Third into the Joker. And look at that, what a move.
This has not worked out for Nathan Ottink at all, has it? Drops to the back of the pack.
Now Klaassen with that move through the... with everybody diving in, taking the Joker, takes the top spot away from Rosemont, or excuse me, from Reisner. Rosemont dropping back into the 4th spot. Now we got Reisner with a lot of pressure being applied by Johansson. Johansson trying to get a run here on the number 95 of Reisner into this corner. Look at that, all the way to the bottom, gonna make it stick. Trying to shut the door, pushing way wide. Reisner nowhere to go. Great move there by Johansson. Clausen with that brilliant bit of driving and timing with the Joker, taking away the top spot and letting everything sort itself out behind him. Johansson, Reisner, Rosemont, and Ottink is the way they're going to finish. See a little bit of contact here.
Nah, I wonder if that'll be looked at, although I think where they touched wheels in the first instance.
Yeah, that was Rosemont. It looked like just kind of getting into it there. Here's the finish here with that brilliant bit of driving earlier on in the race. Here's that pass going into.
Good job at the end of the straight. Ottink not managing to make the most of that run. Klaassen takes it. Johansson, the nearest of the contenders. Not good enough though to better the time of Yilolami and etc. in the previous race.
Steinsholt spilling Jensen, Vic, and Van Hoof in this one. Little contact, not a lot. It's going to be Vic with the whole shot on this one. See who? Oh, we got one driver. Looks like that was the number 3 of Van Hoof. Almost bumped into the Joker. Didn't want to commit to the Joker on lap 1, but ended up having to take it.
Kind of worked out anyway, didn't it? And I think ultimately it has worked out completely because in clear air, didn't lose too much on the way in. Probably perfect scenario, even if that wasn't the intention.
But I guess have a great push lap here, try and battle back into things. Everybody else in the field now going to have to take that Joker. They start to get a little breathing room, spaced out about 2 car lengths between the top 4 each car. Vic up front, putting a great line through there. Everybody else following suit. It's going to be Jensen taking the Joker. Going to drop a spot there to Van Hoof, who took it on the first lap. So that's already coming back into Van Hoof's favor, moving up into the 4th spot. Jensen back to 5th. Vic spilling Steinsholt's 1, 2, and 3. Almost in lockstep through that big sweeper. It's like instead of a tandem, it's like a triple drift. Just almost identical lines. We're going to see who's going to break first and go in. None of them go into the Joker. Would have thought at least Steinsholt's in the 3rd spot. May have looked at it.
Spilling's car doesn't look anywhere near as nicely set up as some of the other speed car wonders. Hopping there through the left-hander at the end of the straight just doesn't seem to have the pliability in the chassis that we see so often in the speed car wonders. I would say arguably the Wonder is the one car where you can really lean on the machine. It's been the car of choice, I think, for many over the last few years just because of that pliability. Look at Vic on the brakes, moving the car around, just feeling for the brake, gets the rotation done. You've got to get more rotation done there, of course, to go into the Joker. Line of stern, the top 3 go in. I love this Joker out the way, it drops away in the middle. Really technical. Steinsholt's going to lose out here to Van Hoof, who took that involuntary Joker early on. Steinsholt with the best lap of the race on lap time. It's Vic that takes it. 2:31.9 is easily quickest over the 33.7 of his etc. Fastest lap of the session as well for Steinsholt.
And it was Dennis Vic getting the lead in the first corner and really just running a very clean race. Here's that bump with Van Hoof, involuntary taking the Joker on that first lap. Worked out, benefited him, went from 5th up to 3rd by the time they crossed the finish line at the end of the 3rd lap. It was Dennis Vic that everybody was chasing down the whole race. Vic taking that top spot, followed by Spilling and Van Hoof into the 3rd. Steinsholt's with the fast lap of the session, or excuse me, of the race, and Jensen going to finish up in the 5th spot. All right, another group here. A lot of cross cars today, Hal. We have a lot of cross cars here at this one. Huka, Nielsen, Treese, Vedlin, and Merstad. You want to talk about cross cars? These are 5 heavy-hitting drivers. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Is indeed contact between Svedlund and Merstad in the opening corner. That's Svedlund and Tree, the 2 JC Race Technique teammates, getting forced out wide on the outside of turn 1. Not ideal for those drivers at all. Into the Joker this time around goes Thomas Eek Merstad, the reigning champion, doing double duty this weekend, leading cross car after Q2 at the moment, comes out ahead of Vettel Tree. That is not ideal for the Norwegian in the purple and white machine. Thomas Svedlund's been in the Joker in the background and is at the back of this pack at the moment, the points leader in cross car. This could be advantage Eek Merstad though, with a clear road ahead. It's Nielsen leading. Riku Hukar in second, there are the leaders, but look already, Thomas Eek Merstad closing the gap, being hounded by Vettel Tree, who is yet to take his Joker into the extra route. This time around goes Riku Hukar. He's going to drop behind this pair. Thomas Eekmerstad is on an absolute mission. It's so hard, Jim. We've seen drivers do this before, racing in 2 different categories when the attitude of a cross car and an FC2 are so different. Rear-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, turbo engine versus having to keep the revs up in one of these cross-car bike engine machines. It's so impressive.
It's highly impressive. I mean, Thomas Eekmerstad's been great all year long. Looking very phenomenal out here right now. So Nysum currently leading Eekmerstad, Tree, Huka Savedlin in this one. Our points leader, Carl Savedlin, desperately needing to fight his way back in. Got into that battle in the first lap, and or in the first corner, excuse me. Knocked him all the way back to 5th. This is not what your points leader wants. Kind of opens the door up in crosscar for somebody to step in.
Fastest lap of the session for Thomas Eekmerstad on a 40.1. Last time around, he's absolutely flying as the reigning champion. For so many years, it just didn't quite click for Thomas Eekmerstad. And in the previous race, when I was talking about the Speed Car Wonder being the car of choice, all of the machines in this race are Speed Car Wonders. And so often we've seen drivers like Eekmerstad, Isaac Rierson, another former champion, Vettel Tree, Huka, they just drive with such lovely fluidity in these cars. Eekmerstad's going to take the race lead. He's going to cross the line for victory as well. Nilsson's managed to get back up to 2nd, having led throughout. Great job from Thomas Eekmerstad. It's a 2:31.0, 0.8 of a second quicker than Dennis Vick. That's going to secure Eekmerstad as the top qualifier.
There was that contact there early on. That was
Svedlin bailed out of the throttle early into the first corner, and then was just squeezed to the inside, then had that contact with teammate Vettel Tree. That'll be an awkward chat when they go back to the 10, but at least they both made it through without having terrible times, so they'll both be well inside the semis. As we know though, you really need a good position in the semi-finals to be able to graduate to the final as well.
Yeah, that 5th place finish, not what our points leader wanted. Vettel Tree in 4th, Rika Huka in the 3rd spot, Nielsen and Eekmerstad 2nd and 1st.
11th overall though for Svedlin. Will be plenty for him to get into the semis.
Look at this, we got Bleasdale, Falson and Froschag in this one. Moving on to open 2-wheel drive.
So on the outside of this is Darren Bleasdale, who missed Q1 and Q2 after they blew a turbo in his VX220. They put a call out in the paddock WhatsApp group to see if anyone had any spare parts or if anyone knew where they might be able to find some. And local star Ulrich Linnemann located a turbo. It's a Garrett turbo of a specific nature. It has to be on the right clamps and all the rest of it. So 50 kilometers away, found the unit required. Someone was dispatched to go and purchase a spare part, and while some of the team got the car ready in the paddock, and they knew that they had to finish Q3 if they had any hope of making it into the semis. Brilliant job by the British squad to get Darren back on track. And that job made all the easier by Van Hoof sadly not making the grid.
Van Hoof not making it. We're going to see how this one shapes up into the first corner here. So going to be Froschag in 11. Going to take that spot is Bleasdale. Beautiful looking car. The 2nd spot. So Falson taking the Joker on that first lap. Froschag and Bleasdale 1 and 2.
Oh dear, Darren Bleasdale going slowly.
Yeah, it looks like way off the pace here. Whoa.
A good job to get to the left and keep out of the way. Now Darren needs to finish this one, even if he just drags the car around. He can't afford to get lapped. Meanwhile, Ola Froschag, such an experienced rallycross driver, back in a car he knows so well. His machine he first used in 2004. Shame for Darren Bleasdale, struggling to get up the hill. But 680 horsepower from Froschag's Volvo S40. You have to be so patient on the throttle in these rear-wheel drive machines. Wait to be pointing in approximately the straight line to get back into the throttle. And that's where you see some of the drivers who transition from rear-wheel drive to four-wheel drive struggle a bit. We saw a couple of moments today from Adam Oman And I think part of that is he's transitioning to four-wheel drive for this year. And if you have a moment in a rear-wheel drive car, you've got to get out of the throttle and be patient. In a four-wheel drive car, the best solution to most problems is to keep in the throttle and keep pointing the front wheels in the direction you want to go.
Ultimately, the car will straighten itself out.
Eventually, unless you hit something on the way. But yeah, that's the principle. You're quite right. So yeah, it's a challenge. Frozag, though, doing a wonderful job. Great to see this car back out. I hope we see a lot more of him and many other cars. I make no secret of the fact that I love this category, the old school rallycross class. There's some rumours in the paddock that some quite famous names might be tempted to come and do some as well next year.
Right, so got a couple laps remaining. Frozag in the lead. Big gap over second. Both 1 and 2 have taken the Jokers, so this one may just stay the way it is. Casper Falson in the second spot. They're going to finish up 1 and 2 and beat Bleasdale pulling off. Not going to take a finish. Van Hope once again didn't make the start line.
The rate of attrition today has been absolutely spectacular in open two-wheel drive. Frozag's going to cross the line and set a time of 2:41.8.
Frozag in the 11, got the whole shot here. Bleasdale sliding into the second spot. Never was much of a challenge though. Ola Frozag leading this thing wire to wire all the way to the finish. Very uneventful open two-wheel drive race, which is not the norm in this division normally. But we've got a lot more open two-wheel drive to come, and I think things are going to start to get electric here very soon. We've got Pearson, Knee, Norman, Hammer in this one. John Knee with a nice start. Drops back a little bit. Hear that turbo whine in these cars. Gonna love that. That is Hammer dropping down, taking the Joker on this first lap. So Marcus Norman out front in this one. John Nee in the second spot in the BMW. Pearson in third. Look at that, Hammer already starting to battle back into things after taking that Joker. See if he can regain with this lead group here as Marcus Norman now starting to check on him. John Nee just a bit. Got about 5 car lengths. They make their run down into this corner. Neither our leader Norman or John Nee taking the Joker. That is Pearson opts to take the Joker. We're going to see if Hammer can get back around Pearson. Hammer does get back around Pearson, so now we're going to see Pearson drop into the fourth, Hammer moving up into the third. It's Norman and Nee 1 and 2.
I'd say Pearson's got some kind of a problem based on the pace. We'd expect more from him in the Volkswagen Golf. 40.6 is Marcus Norman's time. That's a good second and a half quicker than on the Frozag managed in the previous one. That spoiler just looks so right on the back of Norman's car. It's been missing for me in the last couple of years.
You have that massive whine the engine is making too. It's just a beautiful race car. And that is John Nee now dropping in the number 69. Taking that, is he gonna make it? Oh, look at that, we're gonna have Hammer get around John Nee.
Great respect from both of them. John Nee got right up the curb, Hammer hung around the outside. They didn't have contact, even if they did, it was the closest of touches. That's what we like to see, a good close Joker merge. Well, you do like a bit of carnage as well at some point because it keeps it nice and exciting, but generally we want a lot of respect, don't we? And that's what we need in this series. Carnage isn't right. We like close racing, and if people again not getting a bit pushed wide now and again, that's all part of it, isn't it? But Marcus Norman doing a great job out front in this wonderful machine that looks all the better. John Nee outbraking himself at the bottom of the straight, having a look up the inside of Emil Hammer.
Trying to make something happen in that one as Norman walks away with it. Big gap, it's going to be Hammer into the second spot. John Nee going to have to settle for third. Pearson now into the fourth spot. Norman's got to be real happy with his performance out here today. That car is flying around this track.
I think he's probably just just pinching himself every time he comes back to the paddock, and it's still running based on how the last few years went, because there's been some pretty spectacularly unreliable cars in the world of rallycross, but that has been right up there as the most unreliable. So fantastic for him to continually get some finishes. I don't want to curse him and mean that he doesn't get any more this weekend, but at the moment at least he must be really enjoying this situation. I'm sure he's not thinking about it, just try and focus on the job in hand. Shame for him that his teammate Simon Tiger not here this weekend. Simon has elected to pull the plug on his 2026 programme, revise his engine concept and strategy, and come back all the stronger for next year. Father Frederick racing this weekend, but such has been the intensity of the schedule, I'm yet to find out why he hasn't been back on the grid.
All right, so we got Royris, Bleasdale, Jensen, and Falson in this one. Look at that, big jump there from Bleasdale. Beautiful start for Bleasdale. Getting a little pressure there from Jensen in the 342.
Good job from Jason Bleasdale, multiple champion in the UK and Ireland in that Vauxhall VX 220, an Opel as it would be known here in Europe. I think it's an Opel Speedster here in Europe, actually, for those of you wondering at home what it is. It's a VX 220, much like a Lotus Exige. From back home, we had a lot of Lotus Exige concepts used in the super modified, super national category as part of the British Championship.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. As an American, we have Lotus there, and it looked like an Exige, and I looked at the name and I go, that's not an Exige, so now it all makes sense.
Not much makes sense, really, does it, in rallycross? But
an open two-wheel drive, it really doesn't make sense. None of these cars make sense, and I think that's why we love them.
Yeah, that's not the point, is it? Jensen into the Joker this time around. He's going to drop to third. Roy Rass on a bit of a wild-on ride. Look how soft the rear of the Zara is run.
All right, so running order, it's Bleasdale, Falson, Jensen, and Royris in this one.
Falson runs wide at the bottom of the hill. Jensen's going to have an opportunity to have a look up the inside. Falson gets a good run actually out of the right-hander. He's going to climb the hill, down the steps, as they're called affectionately locally. The two little hops. Oh! Jason Bleasdale's dropped it at the end of the straight. Shocker for the multiple champion in that very car.
Man, that is a tough one. Had a massive gap over the rest of the field, just running a beautiful pace out here. Slight mistake, found himself stuck in the sand. Blows the door wide open now. Falson, though, your current leader, is going to have to take the Joker on this last lap.
Jason Bleasdale out of the car. There'll be waved yellows for that, but we'll keep racing. This is a fight now between Jensen and Roy Rass, where Falson yet to take the Joker. These two want to get out of the way fairly sharpish, I would say, because the cars are coming in hot down the hill. You can just see Jason Bleasdale's machine in the gravel trap.
As that is our leader, Falson taking that. We knew he had to. He's probably going to drop back into third. It does happen. So it's going to be Jensen and Royris here with 1 corner to go. Not much that Jensen can do, or excuse me, Royris can do. It's going to be Jensen there taking the top spot. Royris into second. Falson into third, and unfortunately for Bleasdale, after a beautiful race up until the point it wasn't, and this was the start, Bleasdale with the whole shot. That's 407 there of Royris. Burning the tires off the car. Here's that Joker merge. Here's the off. Look at that, just brakes way.
I think there's a problem. It just doesn't get the braking done, and Bleasdale isn't the driver to make that mistake, so it'll be interesting to see what went on there.
Yeah, there wasn't much braking at all in that. That's like as a race driver, you don't like it when the pedal goes to the floor, but almost felt like that would have been one of those situations as Jensen and Royris go 1 and 2 in this one. Falson into the third spot, and Bleasdale, unfortunately, not able to finish. All right, we're going to pull this car of Bleasdale out. Got the big scoop coming in. Just some soft sand out there. Danish fans turning out for this one here in Nysum, beautiful countryside. Amazing drive into this track. It truly is just cut into the Danish countryside. Lots of elevation changes in this one. Beautiful surrounding area. It's a little bit of a journey to get here, but makes it all the well worth it. The doors open, trying to keep the drivers cool. I see the trees and the wind blowing in. I think our producer Colin would say that is the ghost of Nysum around the track because of all these delays. So we'll give him a little credit here. He's giving us a thumbs up in the background. This is the ghost of Nysum with these delays. He called it before the day started, and I hate to say he's right, but I may have to say he's right in this one. Might be something to this. We're getting the ghost sounds now. I just don't know if the ghost is spooky here or if it's like Casper the ghost. Oh, definitely playing tricks on us today. Definitely played one there on Bleasdale.
Be interesting to see whether Bleasdale will make the semis. Depends how many semis there are and who's still running. He was 12 coming into this. Mikkel Persson was actually behind him, so Persson and Nee will get ahead. So I would say that neither Bleasdale will be in the semi-finals. Wallach, for those interested, has broken a damper from the incident in Q1 and they are unable to source one currently. OMC have tried to help, Linnemann's team has tried to help, but unable to get one together at the moment. So they are considering rushing off into Europe to be ready for first thing Monday morning to solve that problem, to get going for Estering next weekend. Real shame for them.
So getting that one just about cleaned up. Say we got 4 new drivers getting ready to go out. Just a massive entry list we have in open two-wheel drive.
These are the fastest drivers from Q2 to round out Q3 for open two-wheel drive here. Tisland went quickest in Q2 and thus starts on pole position in this one. Victor Johansson as well on his fight back after failing to finish Q1. Lucas Gabrielsen, the points leader, and Bjorn Stur changing car for this weekend on the outside.
All right, so this one it's Tisland, Johansson, Gabrielsen, and Stur. Look at that, Victor Johansson, another hole shot, had one in the last one. Oh, a little contact there, Gabrielsen. That is a 331 there of Stur.
Stur just came across a bit on the rear wheel of Gabrielsen. I think that's a all day long racing incident. Gabrielsen into the Joker. Doesn't look to have any real damage on the Starlet, so he'll be pleased about that, of course. Stur very soft on the suspension of the BMW, but nowhere near as soft as that of the Starlet behind.
Victor Johansson looks like about 2 car lengths as we go up and over that crossover. Tisland had a very strong last heat. We'll start trying to apply the pressure. One of the fan favorites out here, Victor Johansson.
Reigning champion Johansson had a solid run here on day 2 in Nysum last season.
You know, the strongest Victor Johansson's been, he's had a bit of an up and down season. You know, he's been very fast, but he has had some struggles with some mechanicals, things like that. He's going to be very happy with the way things are starting to come into play here in Nysum.
Yeah, or very relieved, I think, because his form over the last few years, since 2021, has been that he's been right at the front of the order here. The hybrid concept, such a revelation when he brought it in, which has become the norm now, hasn't it? No one's yet done the same thing. Shows what a brilliant bit of engineering it is from Victor Johansson. Oh, what a shame. Tisland's dropped it in the Joker. That's ruined any hope for Tisland of being the top qualifier here, because had he managed to beat Lucas Gabrielsen, there is the championship leader, Gabrielsen. It would have been close at the top of the order. Tisland will get going again from that, unless there was a problem that brought on the spin, but I think it was just over-exuberance. To be honest, Victor Johansson with a comfy margin now over Lucas Gabrielsen at the front of the order. Will have to Joker this time around. Lots of rotation done on the way in, massive chunk of curb.
Big cut there.
Not very sideways as well. He's going to be out in front of his title rival. It's going to be enough, though, I think, for Gabrielsen to take the TQ position. And that's all he needs to do.
Johansson and Gabrielsen 1 and 2 in this one. Steer going to hold on for a third after that mistake by Tisland.
Marcus Norman as well, from a previous race, is going to be second quickest in the session. Great job from Marcus Norman. There'll be a lot of pleased people about that, both in the paddock and back home. Certainly in Ireland, I know he's got a lot of fans. Victor Johansson, though, takes the fastest time with a 2:34.8. Bit of contact there in the first corner between Stur and Gabrielsen. Stur then lost a little bit of time passing Tisland after the spin, but not too much. Johansson there will be quickest of all in the session of 34.8 versus Norman's 35.1, and Gabrielsen will just slot into third, but it will be enough, by my maths at least, to take the TQ position ahead of the semi-finals.
All right, so results on that one. Johansson on top of Gabrielsen by 0.8 of a second. With Steer and Tisland third and fourth. Moving on to Supercar Lights, race number 1. Larson, Oscarson, Lundgren in this one. We see Oscarson back out after that contact in the previous heat. Oscarson looks like he's going to hold on to take the lead. Going to get some pressure from Larson early on, though.
Look how much respect Larson gave in the first corner there, not to shut the door, and Oscarson very careful after that black flag in Q2.
Lundgren going to dive in, get that Joker done early.
16-year-old Lundgren learning quickly in Supercar Lights, running under the umbrella of Team Faran this weekend. Such a sensible decision. Tested the car in Lidköping near Utternö in Sweden not so long ago.
That's Larson really looking to get around Oscarson. I could see Larson possibly taking the Joker this time by. Got plenty of time to clear Hugo Lundgren. Maybe have a big push lap. So we'll see if that comes into play here. Look at that, all over the back. And yes, Larson is going to jump in, take that Joker. Going to seed a little ground. He's going to clear Lundgren. That was what he wanted to do. He's got him cleared. Now you're going to see him really push. Got a bunch of free air. See if he can make up that time on Oscarson.
This is all about grid position for the final, and Larson needs to better Oscarson by quite some margin. Larson plumb last in the standings at the intermediate stage after Q2, following that black flag on 71 points. Oscarson is 5th on 77, so needs quite a few more points than his Swedish rival to climb a slot. Otherwise it's going to be those two drivers sharing the back row of the grid. But Oscarson on a flyer at the front, doing a solid job. A couple of wheels in the loose dirt on the outside. He's going to take the race lead after his Joker. It's close in the points between Lundgren and Oscarson, so Oscarson will clear Lundgren with this result if it stays like this to the finish. Larsen does the fastest lap of the race with a 40.5. This is all about grid position for the final, though. No semi-finals for the 6-car Supercar Lights category here.
Oscarson. Pulling off Larson here. Got a couple of turns remaining. Oscarson, Larson, 1-2. Lundgren bouncing back into this. Checkered flag going to be out. Oscarson, Larson, Lundgren, 1, 2, 3 in this first qualifying heat. Supercar lights in Q3. All right, here's that start. Look at that. Larson way out, given a lot of room. Didn't want to have that same mistake he had one heat before. That was Lundgren taking the joker, dropping a bit of time. It's Larson re-emerging with the field after the joker, clearing Larson. Here's Oscarson, your leader, taking the joker, clearing Larson. That was enough to finish up 1, 2, 3, Oscarson, Larson, Lundgren.
Lundgren with the fastest lap of the race on the final tour. Great job from the 16-year-old against experienced opposition.
Yeah, great run previous qualifying session for Lundgren, walking away with the victory. All right, moving into our second qualifying race here. Lindquist, Darbic, and Vittels. This one was electric last time. Two drivers on the outside, currently in the mix for this points championship. Vittels, getting a little squish there from Lindquist. Vittels not going to be happy about that.
Showing his frustration, I think, into the rear Lindquist into turn 2. I think Lindquist will have a word from Rallyx Nittis if nothing else, but he did come across hard there in the first corner. Went for the outside send. The championship leader working out at the moment.
All right, so Lindquist about 3 car lengths there over Darbic. They're in this battle for the championship. Darbic trying to reel in Lindquist. Easier said than done. Up and over the big crossover. Going to carry a lot of speed down in here. We're going to see if Darbic takes the joker. I don't think he will. I don't think he's got enough time. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have enough time to clear Vittels.
You definitely can't against Vittels. The pace setter of the championship so far at the events he's done, it's unusual if Vittels doesn't win, in fairness. Lost out to Kevin Darbic, didn't he, in round 2 in Tue with a slow puncture. Didn't all work out for him on the second day either in Honky-Yoki. But overall, Vittels has been the pace setter. Down in 4th in the standings by virtue of missing the doubleheader in Alvspin. Back for these last few rounds, and
our leader does take it a little early, I thought. Lindquist, I thought he'd save it for last lap. Dives through, takes it.
Oh, he's hit the wall on the inside, hard into the barrier on the outside. Massive mistake for Alexander Lindquist. Not what he needed at all at this stage in the season. He's gutted, gesticulating in the car.
That's going to cause a problem here for Darbic. Darbic still having to take that joker. Vittels putting pressure. Darbic going to lose a lot of position, especially with the way Lindquist is. There's going to be a local caution. He's going to have to get out of it and, out of the race line. This is going to be Darbic giving up a position here.
You're absolutely right, Jim, but remember, it's all about overall time as well. And this is about Vittels and Darbic chasing the clock. Darbic will have the information from his spotters. Doesn't lose that much time, actually. Vittels is going to cross the line and stop the clocks with a 2:31.2. That's the fastest of the session. 33.9 is going to be 4th best for Kevin Darbic. That is not ideal at all for Alexander Lindquist, and he can thank his lucky stars that there are no semi-finals in Supercar Lights today, because such for the delays earlier on, we're going to go straight into the semi-finals, and there wouldn't be time to fix the car, I don't think, or at least it would be a big rush for the semis.
It looked like a lot of damage that front corner. It looked like the control arms, everything pushed back in.
The great thing about the Supercar Lights is they're so modular, and while a steel body car might have more damage, they'll literally be able to unbolt frames, arms, uprights. You'll see the window deflect as he clipped the wall there, and then hard into the barrier on the outside. That's also barrier damage. I wonder if that'll delay us any further.
Look at that, just came in, brushed it a little too tight. Cut the car over to the left. Ripped that left front off. Tough break for him. Vittels coming from the third starting spot to the top spot. Great run by Vittles. Smart bit of racing there. Great use of the Joker. Vittles coming around. In number 26 to take the first place, Kevin Darbick. Settling for second, Lindquist with that mistake in the Joker, costing him a finish in this one. A lot of work to be done to that car before they can get that to the final.
Look at the barrier as well. Yeah, while they get this scooped up, we'll take a breather and we'll recommence with the open four-wheel drive Q3 in just a couple of moments.
Looks like we're getting ready to go with another round here in our qualifying sessions. Moving into open four-wheel drive, also known as supercar, also known as FC2. But there's a mix here. We got Bell, Tanovic, Sirna, Darbick, and Nysum. Well, excuse me, Tanovic not making the green here, but Mark Bell in a traditional supercar in that Ford Focus, bump to the inside. I don't know if that was Sirna getting a little even for the last qualifier or what there.
Yeah, although even I don't know, but there was certainly contact, wasn't there, in the run to the first corner. think Reynolds would deem a lot of that unnecessary, but wasn't really, no one really lost a load of time today, so not the end of the world. Darback sideways in the background. Nysum up front is under pressure from Robert Cerner. Cerner's so good on the brakes, isn't he? Closes right up to the back of the Swedish driver.
Fully outbraked Nysum in that one. I mean, just came in really hot. Cerner applying a ton of pressure. Looking at the bottom. No, whoa, look at that big mistake there. Diving over the block, and Nysum almost losing it.
Nysum, a young charger with the experience, even if Cerner is new to this category this year, he's very experienced now, competing at these quarters. Great fight for the lead. We need to be seeing the fight for the lead, which we are now.
All right, look
Cerner on the back of Nysum at the end of the straight.
Another late break. You see Cerner just narrow that gap into that corner every time.
Both losing time though, aren't they? 39.5 is the best lap in the background for Tobias Darback. This fight is not helping either of these drivers. Darback's now in the window, isn't he? 2.5 off the back of Cerner. Nysum into the Joker, sends the car sideways. It's not going to be enough to better Darback, and now Cerner needs to lap his life to try and extend the margin on the local driver.
A mistake by Darvick. We saw him make one earlier on in the day. Really took himself out of that first corner, so it can happen. But right now, Robert Cerner trying to fly, but it looks like Darvick just continues to chip away. What a pace Darvick's running in the second spot. Track really starting to dry out now, which is going to lead to a lot of grip.
3 seconds was the Joker delta in Q2 between Ollie Eriksson's best lap and his Joker lap. That was only one driver I was able to take that data from, but it's a bigger margin than we thought it would be coming into today. Cerner's going to be close with Nysum, but gets the job done on the Swedish driver. Darback, though, takes a win at home. He'll be delighted with that. The time is a 2:27.6. Would have been good enough for 2:27.6. Would have been good enough for third in Q2.
Here's the start. You saw a little contact there with Bell and Cerner. And here, that was Nysum diving down to block Cerner, almost lost it. Cerner getting into the rear bumper there. Here was Nysum taking the Joker. Big, exuberant slide through the Joker. Ended up giving away 2 spots in that one to Darvick and Cerner, dropping back into third. Here was Cerner on the last lap, forced to take the Joker, slides in right in front of Nysum, but Darvick able to get by, take home the victory. Here was Bart Bell with a little spin there at the end that we didn't get to see until just now.
Quite far off the back, wasn't he, Bell? But loving driving this Ford Focus. Sadly, Tom Danovic had a problem earlier today, and we haven't seen the Norwegian again in the Volkswagen Polo, formerly raced by Dennis Romer here in Denmark. As we progress to race 2 and the fastest 5 drivers from Q2.
All right, this one we're going to have Oliver Eriksson, Lucas Anderson, Victor Christensen, Thomas Ekmerstad, and Adam Omen. Ekmerstad doing double duty, having a phenomenal run in crosscar earlier on this afternoon. We're going to see if he can do it again, keep the momentum going, and have his hands worked to the bone here, though. It's, oh, look at that, Ollie Eriksson and Adam Omen getting a little contact.
Anderson up the inside, slight bit of contact with Ollie Eriksson. Christensen's going as well. Eriksson's left the door open, not wanting the contact into the Joker this time around goes Thomas Ekmerstad.
Ekmerstad seeing all the contact going, I'm going to get out of here, I want clean air. Probably the smart move there from Thomas Ekmerstad. Had a lot of pace. We'll see if he can battle back into this. Ollie Eriksson starting on the inside, now finds himself all the way back into third after contact with 2 different drivers.
Eriksson using all of his experience to bail out of it in the first couple of corners and just hang around the outside waiting for it all to unfold. Now he's on the back of Victor Christensen, wildly quick is Christensen. The newcomer to the category this year, won back in Tierp on day 1, did Christensen. A surprise victory in a race of attrition for the FC2s.
That's Ollie Eriksson now going to sidestep Christensen in the second spot. Doesn't want Lucas Anderson to have too much fresh air. Lucas knows how to drive a rallycross car. been doing an amazing job in his rookie campaign, both here in Europe and in the United States.
Just hanging now here at Nysum, up the hill. Ericsson's going to have a little look to the inside. There's nothing doing there. Christensen got him covered. Looks again to the inside. Ollie Eriksson good on the brakes. As Eriksson will joker this time around in a bid to try and get the undercut. Keeps it nailed for the joker. Pinpoint accuracy from the former Rallyx champion. Fastest lap of the race so far, 38.1 for Lucas Anderson at the front of the order. Christensen is not going with Anderson. Ericsson's not going to have enough to catch Anderson as things stand, but Christensen is an easier target. So impressed, as I've said, with Merstad. Hanging onto the coattails of Ollie Eriksson with all of the four-wheel drive experience that Eriksson has. Sending it through the joker goes Lucas Anderson, super sideways. Christensen and Eriksson's going to be close.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. Ollie Eriksson almost loses it, able to hold on, but Christensen.
So by contrast, Ollie Eriksson jokered in Q2 earlier on and bailed out of the throttle to let someone go around the outside. It was either Christensen or Nysum. And this time around, Christensen just stays in the throttle that little bit and forces Eriksson to the barrier on the outside. Oman really lost a lot of ground there in that side-to-side battle with Eriksson in turn one.
Eriksson, a bit of a ping-pong ball in this one, just being bounced around all race.
Eriksson with a...
keeping it nice and tight there, Ollie Eriksson, but...
this is the move. I mean, in fairness to Christensen, he's tried to get the car turned in, the rear's gone around.
It was very light contact, it was just in the right position, and Eriksson almost lost it there, but great bit of driving to keep her together and avoid the wall. But Lucas Anderson winning, Victor Christensen in second, Oliver Eriksson, Thomas Egemerstad, Adam Oman, top 5. All right, we are moving on here. Obviously, we had some delays earlier. We're going to keep things rolling. We're going to move right into Cross Car Junior and some of these semifinals.
3 semi-finals for Cross Car Junior. Sebastianese, etc. The top qualifier will start on pole. Matthias Tovio alongside.
Jacobson, Stubberup Fredrickson, Schnack in this one as well. We'll be taking 2 out of this one. Start's going to be absolutely crucial when you're only taking 2 drivers to the final. Make a mistake off the start, get shuffled to the back. It's really hard to fight your way back up to the front. All right, sounds like they've got those engines cranked up. Watching Isik and Tovio on that front row. That bit of a jump there for Tovio. Isik able to get it though. Tovio going to slide into second spot. Relatively clean there through turn number 1. No real contact.
And this is what we've seen so often with the 3 semi-finals, is that you get a big pace difference between the front and the back, whereas in the 2 semi-finals you generally have the top 12 all bunched together. And while it presents a brilliant opportunity for many of those who haven't quite made it, and that's why that was introduced, this concept was introduced, which is great. It doesn't necessarily produce the most exciting racing because there's a big void, but it can produce upsets, and we've seen that several times. Of course, your Sebastianese exceptions of this world will be desperately hoping that he's not the upset this weekend and somebody else. Although a few upsets are needed, aren't they, if anyone's going to stop Ministo's charge at the front of the championship order.
All right, so it's Isik Tovio, Schnack, Jacobson, Nielsen, Stubberup Fredrickson in this one. They're coming through. Remember, we're taking 2 to the semifinal. Right now, those transfer spots are your front row, Isik and Tovio.
You're right, that's critical to the explanation of the 3 semis. Only 2 go up from each of these rather than 3 if you've got 2 semi-finals. That also changes things a little bit, because if you're 4th or 5th, there's so much less to fight for because you're a long way from 2nd naturally. For those of you who are new to watching this championship, or indeed rallycross in general, the qualifying sessions that you've just seen conclude are all based on time. Yes, race position matters, because if you're not at the front of your race, you're not going to set a faster time than the driver ahead of you. But all of those times are put together for each session, and at the end of all of the sessions, there's an intermediate classification. That classification is used to determine grid positions for semi-finals, which we're in now. Now times are completely dismissed, so this is all about track position over your rivals. You need to finish ahead rather than set a better time than the other semis, and then the top 2 from each of the semi-finals when there's 3 semis, or the top 3 when there's 2 semis progress to the final.
All right, up and over the bridge. Top 2 still Etc. and Tovio. Only had 2 drivers take the Joker so far. That is your 5th and 6th place driver. Everybody really trying to wait till late. Don't want to give up any track position with these 2 transfer spots on the line. Do have a couple of takers this time for the Joker. Give it a rerunning order here as they cross the stripe. Etc. Tovio. Now we've got Stubber up Fredrickson up into the 3rd spot. Schnack, Jacobson, Nielsen, your running orders. So now coming back from that 5th and 6th spot, Fredrickson really trying to put a push here late in this race to see if there's any time to be made up. And I think our top 2 have pretty much checked out on the field, Etc. and Tovio. 2 laps to go. Forgot to mention this one is 5 laps. We're going to run 3-lap heats.
Massive gap, isn't it, at the head of the order now between Etc. and Tovio, kind of showing that pace differential.
All right, so here's our leaders, Etc. and Tovio. Last lap. Both of them going to have the field cleared whenever they want to take the Joker, which is going to be this lap because it is the last lap. Going to look for those 2 leaders to take it. They should have plenty of time to clear the field, though. Could see an incident. We saw that with Lindquist earlier on. Single car incident in the Joker. It has been a little bit slippery, seen some spins in there. Has dried out quite a bit from earlier on in the day. Looks like a fender flying off the back there. Etc. Tovio going to be through as well, clean. Both of them with 1 corner to go. Going to take that transfer spot. It is Etc. and Tovio, 1 and 2, taking the transfer spots. Great run to the finish here by Stubber up Fredrickson to take on the 3rd spot. Yeah, you see that kind of wheel cover flying off the back there.
They're made to be disposable, really, aren't they? The wheel arches, rather than have them of a more solid material, they're like a mud flap type material, so they get ripped off. And it doesn't take anything with it. You can afford to run it over yourself, and yeah, it costs you a tiny bit of, well, I don't know, nothing. No aero efficiency, nothing. Like, it makes no difference at all, and that's why they're like that. By the regulations, you've got to have the wheel covered, so the wheel's covered, isn't it? Not all the time when it gets ripped off.
Very inexpensive to replace. They've got piles of them around the paddock. Very common, but yeah, taking 2, and that was Tovio and Etc. to the finals. Fredrickson battling back into the 3rd spot. Great run by him today. Got another round here. We're going to be taking 2 more. This is Crosscar Jr. A little bit faster drivers in this one. We got Menisto, Kengasaho, Huka, Lapate, Mane, and Yelame in this one. We've got front row, Menisto and Kengasaho. Kengasaho, as I said, has come on strong as of late. Jerry Huka, though, with a nice move into the 2nd spot. That is Kengasaho now taking the lead away. Great bit of driving in those first couple corners for Kengasaho. Jerry Huka now putting a lot of pressure on Kengasaho. Jerry Huka outside looking into Kengasaho. Nothing there. Trying to get a run up on that long straightaway. Kengasaho doing a good job. Look at that. Huka thread the needle, cutting as much as they possibly can. So it's Kengasaho and Huka 1 and 2 in those transfer spots. All right, look at that. We've got Huka now looking to the inside of Kengasaho. Nothing there. Really starting to push Kengasaho, though. So Kengasaho and Huka 1-2. Rest of the field now. We've got a couple of takers on the Joker now. That is number 23, of Mane. Now diving into the Joker, going back up front though, Kangasaho. What a race Kangasaho having with all kinds of pressure from Jerry Huka and just able to hold on. I mean, this has been a great bit of driving, just no mistakes from Kangasaho. Top 4 drivers yet to take the Joker. We got 4 laps remaining in this one.
All finished field, and we've got some of the brightest rising stars of the Rallyx paddock within this race. Fastest lap so far from Ministo.
Huka now going to take the Joker, going to give up the position to Ministo. So it's going to be Kangasaho, Ministo 1 and 2. Huka now going to drop back into 3rd. We'll see if Huka can reel in those top 2 now. Huka's had some blistering fast laps.
This is all about the championship though, isn't it? With Ministo currently unlikely to make it unless can deliver a couple of absolutely stonking laps to better Huka. And for a driver that's won all but 1 round, and in that round he didn't win was 2nd, for Ministo to not make it through to the final would be a big scalp. The gap that Ministo has to Matt Lamaki in the standings is significant. Alex Antila, who we're yet to see as well, also looming large. Couple of laps still to go. Ministo now is the only driver who hasn't jokered because Kangasaho has been in to cover off Huka.
Huka going to start applying the pressure once again to Kangasaho. Kangasaho's been able to hold it thus far. Both of them trying to push so they can get around Ministo, who's currently leading.
Huka really wants a good result as well to try and climb the order. 4th in the points, but with Matt Lamaki not here, has a good chance of moving into the top 3. And if Ministo doesn't make it into the final here, that could be a real opportunity for Antila and Huka.
So not taking the Joker that time by, going to save it for this final lap. We're going to see if Ministo can have a bit of brilliance and hold off the hard-charging Kangasaho and Jari Huka.
It could be coming though, because they're not going quick enough. 44.1 last time around for Ministo, 44.2 for Kangasaho, and 44.4 for Huka. If Ministo can execute this Joker and come out ahead of Jari Huka, championship will be well deserved. It's going to come down to the next corner. Ministo into the Joker section. It's going to come out side by side with Huka. Bit of a lunge into the final corners. Dropped it into the gravel.
Stayed in the gas, trying to get out. Didn't get stuck. What a move there. Ministo going to take 3rd spot.
Had to try it, Jim. Had to try that move to try and make it into the final. But critical to drive out of the gravel because you score points through the semi-final. Finishing positions, had that not been the case, that would have been a big issue, wouldn't it? That he dropped to 6th in the race and dropped even more points. Really poor start from Ministo. We saw that up in Honkijoki, didn't we, when Matt Lamaki took the victory, that Ministo just didn't get off the line that well.
Here's that final move here, and you got to give Ministo credit. Once went in, a lot of drivers get out of the gas. When you get the sand, that's the worst thing you can do. Look at that, knew he was in just full throttle.
Also credit for the move. Sent the car sideways up the inside, had to try it, but also didn't try too hard and force Huka into the wall on the outside or worse. So, yeah, big scalp, the first big scalp of the day. Ministo not making it through to the final. Kangasaho and Huka progress.
Well, we will have the 3rd winner on the season today crowned. We don't know who that's going to be with our current points leader not finishing in this one. But Perimaki, Antilla, Lundgren, Van Glaby, Klaassen, and Idle in this one.
Exactly what Alex Antila needed to do from the front row to take the lead, and a comfortable lead into the opening corner. Lundgren runs deep. That's Perimaki up the inside. Perimaki into the Joker in the speaker. Just doing a bit of live maths. 172 minus 127. So 45 points was the difference coming into this weekend between Ministo and Alex Antila. Qualifying wise, Minister was a place ahead of Alex Antila, so that went up to 46 points. But if Antila wins this semi, Minister was third, that's going to be a 2-point gain back to Antila. And then if Antila were to win the final, you're looking at about 30. It's still tough. It's still, as we still see battling further back here between Idal and Lundgren in the last of these semi-finals. It's still a big ask, 35 plus points with 3 rounds to go, but not impossible, Jim, and that's why making these finals consistently is so important.
Well, as we just saw that one, anything can happen in the previous one. I mean, you got your points leader just dropping out. I mean, had a great race, just you know, outside looking in, and that's why we love Rallycross. You know, it's not over until it's over. And right now, though, looking at this, 4 laps remaining. Antila, Klaas, and Lundgren, Idal, they're in your top 4. None of them have taken that Joker yet. Looks like Idal going to take the Joker. Going to drop back a spot. That's Paramaki moving up into the 4th spot now. Klaassen into the Joker as well, going to drop back a bit. So we're going to get you a running order here momentarily as all these Jokers cycle through. Big change up there from lap 4 to lap number 3. It's going to be Antila, Klaassen, Paramaki, then Glavik, Lundgren, and Idal now, your running order.
If I was Alex Antila's spotter, I think it's his mum that spots for him, fairly short, I would have jokered him already, because 4.4 seconds is enough. Will that happen this time around? And I always prefer to joker. No, they do. I always prefer when you've got the margin, even if you've got multiple laps left, at least if something happens, if you get a problem, you can defend, can't you? Yeah. If you've got a problem and you still need to joker, you're out of it. So sensible strategy from the Antila squad.
So Antila now has taken the Joker. All drivers in the field have taken the Joker. Joker's out of play. We're taking 2 right now. Those spots are Antila and Klaassen. Paramaki, the driver on the outside looking in, gonna have his work cut out for him to try and claw back into this thing with a top 2 with a bit of a gap back to 3rd.
Paramaki's been great this year. I think she's really stepped on in the last couple of rounds. Currently 7th in the points. She was on the podium in Tier. Been 4th a couple of times as well. Actually, has been in the final at every event. So this will be the first time that Paramaki doesn't progress. Much like Minister at the front of the order as we go into the final tour.
Paramaki now trying to put a charge on. It's going to take a mistake from our leaders at this point, though. Last lap coming up into the big sweeper. Antila followed by Klaassen. Klaassen now narrowed the gap to Antila just a little bit. Big run coming into this one for Klaassen. A little bit tighter line around that. Trying to set something up in this final corner, it looks like. All the way to the bottom, taking a peek. Both in transfer spots, not trying to force the issue. Could be Antila followed by Klaas and Paramaki outside looking in. And Glavik and Lundgren. Go back here to the start.
Paramaki got the poorest of the launches on the first couple of rows, and that's really what cost her a place in the final this afternoon. Good run apart from that. The pace was pretty close on lap times.
Checkered flag comes out. It was Antila at the line. Paramaki there. Day will be over for her. This is Antila, Klaassen, Paramaki, Van Glavik, Lundgren. Idle there in the 6th spot, having some struggles. Moving on to open 2-wheel drive.
And some news that we are going to have 3 semi-finals by virtue of a rule anomaly earlier in the day, I believe. So yeah, 3 semi-finals coming right up.
Gabrielson, Norman, Stier, Rosiak, and Nee in this one. This is a very strong 5 drivers, Hal.
Yeah, I think we can see that a bit in the open 2-wheel drive semis. Gabrielsen, though, where he wants to be, the points leader at the head of the order. Marcus Norman is following in pursuit with Stur there as well. Johnny, who had that engine change earlier on in the BMW into the Joker. This could really play into the hands of Lucas Gabrielsen should he win this, and then Victor Johansson not make it through for whatever reason, or equally the swing in the championship could be quite the other way. If Gabrielsen runs into trouble, so these three semi-finals have come at a period where the championship protagonists probably don't really want them if they've had a good run through qualifying. Marcus Norman runs wide going up the hill. I've said it before, but I'll say it again, the spoiler on that Mercedes looks so right, doesn't it? I feel like that's been missing for the last couple of years, so great job from Norman's squad. Into the Joker goes Ola Frozag, 680 horsepower from his Volvo S40 being laid down. Bjorn Stur now on the back of Marcus Norman. Stur driving this Rasmus Berggren BMW for the first time.
Gabrielsen, three car lengths on Norman. Norman has a phenomenal race day going so far. Been very, very strong. Steer right now in that third spot, trying to make something happen. I think Steer probably going to take the Joker this time. Has to try and hope for a mistake from the leaders. That's what happens here. So Steer into the Joker in the BMW. Going to get that done. Has the rest of the field cleared. So now regaining back in third.
Still be hoping for some of the reliability issues that have troubled Norman for so many years with that Mercedes. But at the moment, I definitely don't want to jinx the rotary powered machine. It's going pretty well. Oh, Frozag looks to the outside of knee. Contact between the two, broken the front suspension of Ola Frozag. You can see he's going to run wide here. You saw the wheel deflecting on that shot. Such minor touch. But
speed, it was just
front left suspension is gone. Gabrielsen and Norman Joker at the same time. So ginger on the throttle is Norman, but great decision for those two to go in and out. That's going to secure a spot in the final, barring any disasters for them. Frozag's trying to get off the circuit just to your right there on the exit road. And he's going to get that done. Great job from Ola Frozag to get off the circuit. Just to your left, you can see him disappearing off the track now. The Norwegian obviously had a much better weekend here, so far at least, to what he had in Tjerk with his new BMW. Great to have that car here, and I'm sure we'll see more of that tomorrow.
all right. So all the Jokers have been done right now. It's Gabrielsen and Norman in those transfer spots. Going to take a mistake for Steer to get into the mix on this one. I think Marcus Norman is going to be really happy to make his way to a final here. Calling Gabrielsen into that Joker and just laid up and said, you know what, I'm going to take the second spot.
Fastest lap of the race for Marcus Norman as well on a 40.2. Gabrielsen will be managing things a bit from the front, I suspect, as well. Limited on tyres for every round. He'll not want to be overstressing the car or the equipment too much.
Has a points championship to worry about. Needs his crucial points to keep ahead. Gabrielsen there with 1 corner to go, or 2 corners to go, excuse me.
Kick of the clutch through the tightest of the left-handers, but Gabrielsen's going to come round the final corner and cross the line. Stur closing on the back of Norman, but it's not going to be enough for the BMW driver. Norman's going to take it some 2.6 seconds slower on his final lap than his best, but I think they'd all backed off a little bit, and that allowed Stur to close on the leading pair towards the end.
Back to the replay, Gabrielsen, Norman 1 and 2, Steer in the mix there early as well. Sit on board, Frozag in the 4th spot. Pretty uneventful first corner. Frozag and John Nee. Look at that, Frozag all the way to the top. Brief touch, broke the car, had to pull off. It's Norman taking the checkered in that transfer spot to the final. So it's Gabrielsen and Norman, Steer and John Nee. Frozag in the 5th spot, did not finish that one after the brief contact. Moving to another field of drivers, open 2-wheel drive, semi-final number 2. We'll be taking 2 from this one. Reuters and Tislin, Jensen, Falson, and Beesdale. Oh, Beesdale dropping all the way. That was like a dart to the inside A very aggressive dart to the inside. It looks like Tislin out front, Rallyx in the second spot.
This is a real opportunity for some of the not so regular drivers. Issues for Bleasdale in the Joker section. Sadly for Jason Bleasdale, it doesn't look like he's going to be progressing through to the final, despite showing some really good pace in free practice earlier on. It hasn't transpired to work out for him.
So Tislin doing a great job managing from the front. One going 5 laps. Rallyx been pretty quick today. Jensen as well in the Volvo in the 3rd spot. Remember, we're going to take 2 to the final. Only driver so far to take the Joker is Bleasdale with those issues in the Joker. Now we've had a couple more drivers take the Joker. That's going to be Jensen and Felsen both taking the Joker as well. So now leaves our top 2 drivers yet to take the Joker.
Bleasdale's maybe just ran a bit deep in the Joker section because it seems to be running okay again. Last time around did a 40.9, not some 9/10 off Tislin's best. You see Bleasdale there in the window behind Jensen. Lots of tyre squeal from Tislin's machine, getting it rotated at the bottom of the long hill there. What an opportunity this is for Christian Tislin to make it through to the final, secure what will be a front row slot as well.
Tislin keeping nice and tight with 3 to go. Rallyx trying to get back into this thing. Remember, our 2 leaders have yet to take the Joker. Everybody else has.
Sure, I can hear a misfire in the background somewhere. This is Bleasdale applying the pressure to Jensen. So whatever happened to Bleasdale and the Joker wasn't a terminal issue. Such a contrast in cars, isn't it, between Jensen's 240 Volvo and the little Vauxhall VX220 of Jason Bleasdale.
Very modern versus very vintage in this one. That's why you love open 2-wheel drive. There's quite a battle there, though. Just for the 3rd spot.
350 brake horsepower from the little VX220. Looks to the right-hand side, going down the straight. The trouble is, it's A, so loose on the off the racing line, but B, the track kind of comes to the left as well under the bridge. Bleasdale's going to look again. Ultimately, this is just hemorrhaging time for these 2 drivers if they've got any hope of closing on Rallyx. Bleasdale looks to the outside. Rallyx into the Joker this time around. Nicely through. That's job done.
It's a beautiful, beautiful Joker there. Didn't give up much time at all.
Can't help but feel that Bleasdale would have been on the back of Rallyx had he not been held up behind Jensen, but then it was the issue in the Joker that put him in this position. Looks very big and wide, doesn't it, the Volvo, when you're at that height and that lovely rear shot going down the straight, where basically Bleasdale's eye line. Has a look to the inside, thinks better of it. So look to the outside down the straight is Bleasdale. We need to be seeing the battle at the end of the straight. Bleasdale's still on the outside. Will he go for the undercut? Can't quite get it done. He's on the inside. Won't have enough grip to go around the outside. It's much longer around there than it actually looks. Tislin's taken it at the front of the order. Rallyx will also progress to the final. Great battle between Jensen and Bleasdale. But sadly for both of those drivers, neither of them will be in the final this afternoon.
No, it is going to be Tislin and Rallyx in those transfer spots. Great bit of driving there, holding on as we go back up to the front. It was Tislin, excuse me. I keep saying Tisdale. Tisland with the early hole shot. Here's the checker. That was Rallyx. Had that battle there with Jensen and Bleasdale. And it was Christian Tisland with the top spot. Rallyx also transferring to that final. Jensen, Bleasdale, Felsen, your top 5. Gonna have one more in open 2-wheel drive. right, we got another one. This is Pearson Falson in this one, as well as Victor Johansson and Emil Hammer. And it's going to be Victor Johansson with a massive, massive jump on the rest of the field. It's almost like they didn't see the green go. Wow, Victor Johansson.
I think in fairness, Johansson's in a league of his own here relative to the opposition. If you look at his general form based on where these other drivers generally are, all of them are capable of being in the final for sure, but the pace of Johansson is that of a multiple champion and a title contender, whereas with all due respect to the other drivers in this race, they're not contending for the Rallyx title. So barring mitigating circumstances, any sort of mechanical drama, mistake or what have you, I would say that Victor Johansson's in the pound seat here, but as you said earlier, this is Rallycross. Anything can happen.
So Johansson now, I think he's going to be doing, as you mentioned in the earlier race with Gabrielson, maybe a little bit of race management here.
For sure.
I don't think he's going to push when he doesn't have to. He knows he's quite a bit better than the rest of this field, so I think we're going to see a little bit of that from Victor Johansson.
Yeah, you need to get in the Joker, don't you, and be in a place where you're comfortable, and after that you can do your own thing, really. There'll be a couple of laps before we can afford to properly back off.
Yeah, looks like Hammer there in the second spot, currently in a transfer position.
It'd be wonderful for Hammer to make the final after having such an enormous accident here last year. After crossing the finish line area, massive impact. At one point looked like he was never going to drive a Rallycross car again. So brilliant that they A, got the car repaired, B, he's able to drive it, and C, at the moment at least, without trying to curse the result, it looks like he could be on for a qualification to the final, which would be brilliant.
Already starting to stretch the field out is Johansson, with Hammer opting to take that Joker early. Makes you wonder if Johansson's going to take it this time.
Johansson's got the gap for sure, so I would, and then manage it, as you say, Jim, from the front.
Nice and tight. Looks like he is going to take it. Yep. You see him nice and clean. I mean, he's just very tiptoeing around this course. It's just...
Well, you can afford to when you've got this advantage, can't you? You can afford to not need to maximise every corner, and while driving at 80% is sometimes as hard as driving at 100% or harder, because the car's not designed to potter around. It is probably a little bit more comfortable sometimes.
A little bit of race management here on the last lap. Got quite a bit of lead over Hammer, who is going to be a great transfer for Hammer into the open two-wheel drive main. This is our final. I mean, that is not easy to do in a stacked field we've seen out here at Nysum. But right now, Victor Johansson doing what he needs to do, trying to hunt down Gabrielson in that points championship. I believe we may end up seeing Gabrielson and Victor Johansson on that front row.
It'll be Gabrielson and Tisland, won't it, as the pole sitters in the first two semi-finals. Johansson will be on row 2. Confusing, isn't it, with the 3 semis? And depending on who wins those semis and where they're qualified. But yeah, I think it'll be Tisland on second spot.
I know we ran the checkered on screen, but we still had another lap to go, so we're still racing out here.
Yeah, 4 laps down in the timing screen in commentary.
There is the checkered flag. Victor Johansson taking that. Emil Hammer very happy with that transfer to the final. Victor Johansson, fan favorite in this. All right, so there's Victor Johansson. Keeping it nice and tidy in this one. That is Pearson and Falson, as Victor Johansson taking the top spot. Very used to taking these victories in the semifinals and the heat races. He's going to transfer to the main event, or the final, later on today, as well as Emil Hammer. Pearson and Falson, we will see them back here tomorrow. All right, we will not have a Supercar Light semifinal. All 6 going to transfer, which means it's going to be Merstad, Cierna, Christensen, and Anderson in this one. Supercar semifinal number 1 underway. Taking 3 out of this one.
Oh, this is difficult for Romet Cierna. Comes to the inside, splits Christensen and Thomas Eek Merstad. Eek Merstad's going to joker this time around. We know he's got great pace. This could really work out for the Norwegian if Cierna ends up in a battle with Christensen. Christensen sideways through turn 4 as they cross the finish line for the first time. I'm asking Lucas Sanderson, though, at the front of the order exactly where he needs to be.
That was a beautiful use of the joker for Eek Merstad. He didn't want to get into the mix, so opted to take the joker early, going to try and battle back, and as we've seen, it's going to play out in his favor because second and third are absolutely fighting each other right now.
Whoever was 4th on the opening lap had to go in there to try and mix it up a little bit. Cierna, I think, will try and cover off. Does indeed. Good entry for Romet Cierna. Gets the pendulum effect done. This is a nice, tidy joker lap for Romet Cierna. He's going to get the job done on Thomas Eek Merstad. Didn't give the Norwegian newcomer the laps he needed to try and get ahead.
That's a beautiful call from Romet Cierna's spotter. Wow, what a great use of the joker. All right, so Lucas Anderson leading Victor Christensen in as well, so they're going to have to take the joker at some point yet. So right now you got a great push from Romet Cierna as well.
It's all out of shape on the second of the jumps down the hill. Romet Cierna being given the hurry up by spotter Jarmo Vosa. Victor Christensen's in the alternative extra route. Here comes Cierna on the inside. It's not going to be enough. Christensen's covered it off. This is another strong drive from newcomer Victor Christensen this year.
All right, 3 laps remaining here. Anderson, your leader, the only one yet to take the joker. Got a big gap.
Cierna will be keen to get ahead here. Has a look to the inside of Christensen at the bottom of the hill.
Little cut there for Cierna. He's going to make it stick. A little sideways. Wow, jumping Christensen back and forth.
This is an opportunity for Eek Merstad up to the rear of Christensen now. Anderson, meanwhile, is well ahead and in the joker lap. Merstad's going to the outside of Christensen. Side-by-side contact between the pair. Christensen wildly sideways in the run down to cross the finish line for another time. Eek Merstad needs to be patient here. Try and look for the opportunity just as Romet Cierna did. Cierna opened the door a little bit on the way down into this tight right-hander before just lent on Christensen and then was able to get the move done on the exit. Eek Merstad looks to the inside, smoke pouring off Christensen's car, no way through. Christensen's managed to pull a bit of a margin down the hill. Eek Merstad is looming large again. Try and get a better exit. It's so difficult to pass anyone on that tarmac section. 1 lap to go at the front of the order. Lucas Anderson has checked out at the front of this, but this is all about the final qualification spot for the final. Can Thomas Eek Merstad get it done on his first start? Can Victor Christensen, the winner from Tjörb in the opening round of this series, hold on?
But Romet Cierna got to be really happy with the battle behind him. It's given him a little bit of breathing room. As we're going to try and see if Eek Merstad can set anything up in this corner. Look at that. Christensen now narrowing the gap to Cierna. Got a couple of corners remaining. We're going to see if Eek Merstad throws caution to the wind here with 1 corner remaining. Not much he can do, so it's going to be Cierna and Christensen with those transfer spots. Lucas Anderson just walked away with this, let all the action happen behind him. Great bit of driving. Get the whole shot early.
Anderson and Ericsson are the class of the field at the moment, aren't they, in the FC2 cars. Critical move for Romet Cierna here to get in between Christensen and Eek Merstad, and this was a great joker. Good call from Jarmo Vosa on the radio. Bit out of shape for Romet Cierna coming down the hill. Job done though. This is where he opened the door up on Christensen. Will that be looked at? I don't know. Did lean on Christensen on the way in, but yeah.
Checkers for Lucas Anderson. Romet Cierna in the second spot. Christensen, that final transfer spot. You look there, almost a full 4 seconds back to second place for Romet Cierna. Lucas Anderson, who's class of the field in that one. All right, we got another semifinal. We're going to be taking 3 more. This one absolutely loaded. Oliver Eriksson, Darvik, Oman, Nysum. Ollie Eriksson getting the jump. Darvik in second. Oman getting into the back there. Nysum now getting pushed to the outside, not where he wants to be. Look at that. Oh, Nysum goes, no, no, no. All of them get into it. Darvik, I don't even know how to talk my way through that one.
Unnecessary contact really into the first corner. Nysum was on the outside and we're just holding the door shut, which is all fair enough, but they all bunched up into turn 2. A lot of lost ground, and that's really opened up the opportunity for Ollie Eriksson, who was at the front of the order anyway. But with these three losing that bit of time in turn 2, Eriksson comfortably ahead of Darbach. Nysum in second. Oman didn't joker on the opening lap, but is right down at the back of the order. Ollie Eriksson really got a stranglehold on the point situation at the moment. Won the opening FC2 race of the season in Holland all those months ago within the Rallyx North Championship. Has got 2 wins to his name so far. Nysum and Oman meet at the Joker merge.
Off into the sand there, able to correct it. Really tough getting back on. There's that big lip. Lucky didn't blow a tire off the bead.
I think Oman's got a bit of a problem front left looking at it. Ollie Eriksson as well, run really wide at the bottom of the straight. We cut to that shot late. Don't know if he made a mistake on the way in.
Darvik's really reeled him in here. Darvik really scrubbing a lot of speed there, getting a little squirrely going into that corner. Darvik now going to dive in. He's going to take the Joker. So now the only one left to take the Joker is going to be our leader, Oliver Eriksson. Eriksson now with a full corner gap over Darvik in the 93. Remember, we're going to take 3, so really the battle is between Nysum and Oman for that final transfer spot.
4.1 seconds the gap. Eriksson easily makes the apex this time around. Maybe it was just a minor mistake last time that forced him wide. Still pressuring Nysum hard at the front of the field, but it's not going to be enough for Oman to progress. Eriksson still commanding out front, 4.4 the margin now at the front of the order. 38.0 was his best lap last time around.
Of course, really drying out here. Lots of dust starting to form. Getting very, very quick as Oliver Eriksson now jumps into the Joker. Gonna have plenty of time to clear Darvik in the second spot.
Great job from Ollie Eriksson. Kept his head. Be interesting to see what that error was, if there was one. Oman looking to the inside of Nysum in the final corner. Nysum from wide. Oman looks to the inside. There isn't a way through. Line astern, they finish. Sorry, we're into another lap to go with. Yeah, why I thought it was the last lap, I don't know. Ollie Eriksson jokering put me off track a little bit.
He joked a bit early, had the field covered. So yes, so Ollie Eriksson and Darvik 1 and 2, but right now the battle here is in this third spot. Nysum trying to on off Oman with a couple of corners remaining. Both look at that, Oman getting in the back of Nysum. Gonna see if he's gonna try and push something in his final corner. Outside, inside, there's nothing there. Oman with a little over rotation, scrubbing some speed. Nysum taking the transfer spot.
Oman threw everything at that. The car was all sorts of shapes in the background behind Nysum, wasn't it? Trying to find a way through. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the job done for him. Solid job from Nysum to defend. This is the second corner. Contact between Oman and Nysum into the rear of Darbach.
Darvik, no mistake on his part, just nowhere to go, just kind of got bumped in the mix.
Darbach was lucky to get away with that to a degree. I would have liked to have seen more replays of Ollie Eriksson's mistake at the end of the straight, but let's, I guess we can pretend it didn't happen.
All right, so we're going to cross car semifinal. Running things a little bit out of order, but we're going to make right. Nick Merstad, Isak Setra, Huka, Nielsen, Johansson, and Sibam Rosemum in this one.
This has been a quick turnaround for Thomas Merstad. One race between getting out of an FC2 machine in open four-wheel drive straight into his crossguard start on pole position for semi-final number one, having been the top qualifier in the cross car category today.
I think this is the harder way to do this too. It's normally easier to start out on a limited class vehicle and go to an unlimited, but it's used to all the braking points, the all-wheel drive, and the speed, and now you're going to go to something with drastically less horsepower, rear-wheel drive. Makes it a little bit interesting.
Yeah, but from my experience, it all just feels slower when you're in something that isn't a supercar, so in some ways it might work out for him.
Looks like he's going to give up that first position, though.
He's etc. around the outside. Hukar's coming on the inside as well of Ikmerstad. They have a little bit of contact. Two speed car drivers. Oh, Ikmerstad has been forced right out wide, down to P4 on this opening lap. That's not ideal at all for the Norwegian reigning champion. Up the inside again goes Thomas Ikmerstad. Getting the job done. Has he on Johansson? No, not quite. Ikmerstad still running in that fourth position. Down to the end of the straight. So late on the brakes goes Thomas Ikmerstad up the inside. Johansson's coming back. No contact between the two. Ikmerstad's forced wide into the bank on the outside. Lost a whole heap of ground. From first to last in the space of half a lap. Absolute disaster for Thomas Ikmerstad. It's going to be very difficult. Fifth though, sorry. Rosmalm didn't quite manage to get ahead of the Norwegian, but this is a big ask now for Thomas Ikmerstad to progress to the final, especially with the 3.7s.
All right, so it's Isak Setra, Huka, Nielsen, Johansson, first four. Then we've got Merstad now moving up into the fourth spot. Sibam Rosbaum back to fifth. Johansson there into the sixth spot. Top four yet to take the Joker.
Merstad came into this weekend tied on points for third in the standings with Riku Hukar. Only a handful of points behind Espinese, etc. and realistically still in the window to fight for the title with 4 rounds still to go, but this will harm Ikmerstad's chances of defending his crown if he doesn't progress to the final this afternoon.
There's a little bit of pressure being applied.
Looking to the outside of Nielsen, so difficult to pass, and look at those drone shots. They really give you an indication as to how clean the racing line is. Looking up the hill, the inside's lovely and clean, the outside absolutely no chance of doing anything because the grip's just not there. I would either like all that loose sweat back onto the racing line or sweep it off completely, so at least you get some opportunity to try something different.
So Merstad continue to look the inside of Nielsen, trying to apply some pressure. Still got a few laps remaining, lots of time to do it. Start seeing some strategy with the Joker now with a few laps to go. We got 2 left. Going to see who's going to take the Joker with 2 to go, who's going to save it for the last lap.
He's etc. Fastest of all at the moment. Doing a good job is the Norwegian. He will dearly hope to take the fight to Carl Svedland into the final round in Germany. The scene of his defeat in the RX3 championship battle back in 2023.
Merstad now jumps in, had a great push lap, was right on the bumper there of Nielsen. He's going to pop in, cede a little bit of time, does get around Johansson there.
Needs the lap of his life now, doesn't he, Thomas Ikmerstad, to try and close the gap, but it's nowhere near enough. He's some nearly 6 seconds behind Riku Hukar, the driver he was tied on points with coming into this weekend. It's going to be, he actually put a bit of a margin on Hukar as well, based on the qualifying positions, but it's not going to be enough to progress to the final, barring any disaster for other people. His etc. goes in, Hukar in pursuit, Nielsen as well. Ikmerstad is right there. Had there been 2 semi-finals, he'd have made it through, but with only 2 semi-finals, it's going to be Is etc. and Riku Hukar who progress through to the final this afternoon. Ikmerstad will go no further. And I think one of the biggest differences between the cars is the launches between the four-wheel drive cars and the rear-wheel drive cars, and clearly that wasn't Thomas Ikmerstad's best ever start, and he didn't get off the line as he would have hoped. And this is what sealed the deal, really, getting forced wide by Johansson, and that battle they had just cost a lot of time. And yep.
Yeah, it was a battle there to the wire, and yeah, it just didn't work out in Thomas Ikmerstad's favor. Running double duty out here this weekend. So it's Isak Setra and Huka 1 and 2. Eek Merstad 3rd, Johansson 4th, Nylsum and Rosemont 6th. You got another round of cross carts coming at you. Semi-final number 2, taking another couple drivers in this one. Spilling, Tree, Clausen, Steinholtz, Jensen, and Menisto. Menisto from that back row, staying way wide, trying to stay out of things.
Speaking of going wide, that's Spilling, that's gone so wide in the opening corners. Spilling into the Joker this time around as Steinsholt leads, followed by Vettel-Tree. Vettel-Tree trying to make amends for running wide earlier on together with teammate Carl Svedlund, but it's his friend Ole Christian Spilling who started next to him on the front row. Didn't work out for Spilling at all. Steinsholt, the other Norwegian in this race, currently holds the advantage. Vettel-Tree on a mission behind.
Vettel-Tree looking.
So hard to judge a braking on the first flying lap, not the first lap around that corner, but the first flying lap down the hill, because there's been so many races since it last been on track. The grip's just changed that little bit, and you don't really get a good enough sense out of the first corner as to where the gravel has migrated to. Vettel-Tree with the fastest lap of the race of 40.2, 3/10 quicker than that of Steinsholt. Looked for the outside. You need to be patient, Vettel. You can't afford to try and go around the outside there. It won't work out. Oliver Lucas Jensen also loitering in the background, basically matching the time of Tree. I think they can both go quicker than Steinsholt if they get the clear air. Massive wheelie for Vettel-Tree behind Steinsholt. Tucks back in again. Flames spitting for the back of Steinsholt's car. Vettel-Tree's going into the Joker. You can see that by the attitude of the car. Continues the rotation into the Joker section. This is to try and cover off Spilling. Job done.
Got the job done. Now Jensen and Steinholtz, the pressure going to be on there. We're going to see if Jensen can hang on.
Jensen has to stay out now. There's no choice, and Steinsholt needs to Joker next time around to try and cover off Tree. But if Tree gets collected by his good friend Spilling into this braking area, it won't matter to either the front two. For sure, Steinsholt has to Joker and Jensen has to stay out. For me, there's no alternative strategy here, because Steinsholt doesn't seem to have the pace. Jensen's done the fastest lap so far. That's exactly what's happened. Into the Joker goes Steinsholt. Is this going to be enough? I think it is.
Just barely. Steinholtz gets it done. Tree now into the 3rd spot. Remember though, now your current leader Jensen, the only driver yet to Joker, going to have to take it on this final lap.
And this could all get pretty bunched up, couldn't it? There's a couple of laps still to go. Steinsholt will Tree will be praying that Steinsholt gets a wriggle on, doesn't force Tree back into the pack. Clausen hasn't had the pace I perhaps would have expected in this one. Tree so good on the brakes at the end of the straight, so good at predicting the grip.
Jensen into the Joker.
I think I'd have gone again if I was Jensen, because it's not.
I thought it was a lap too early too.
Spilling looks up the inside, contact between the pair. Jensen's pair there stays out of the way. Didn't need to do that. Jensen, I'd have gone again, Jim, because he had another opportunity to try and extend the margin. Something's come off Vettel-Tree's car. There isn't a door window. I think it might have been. I think he's lost the entire door and window combo off his car into that braking area. Vettel-Tree can still win this if he can sort out a move on Steinsholt at the end of the straight. Not close enough. Steinsholt's actually come better towards the end of this one. It's been a good battle.
Steinholtz and Vettel-Tree going to take those 2 transfer spots. Going to be Spilling and Jensen. Clausen there in the 5th spot. That was exciting. Great use of the Joker there for Vettel-Tree, as well as Steinsholtz, your ultimate winner in this one. Here's the first corner early on. A little bit of contact, not much. Here's that use of the Joker. This is Vettel-Tree sliding right in, taking away that 3rd spot. This is Jensen, who was leading at the time, dropping a couple positions back into 3rd spot, then getting bumped there by spilling as well, dropping back into 4th. That was enough to give Steinholt and Tree transfer spots. So Steinholt, Vettel, Tree, Spilling, Jensen, Clausen, and Ministo. And so some 20 seconds back. Some mechanical issues. It's going to lead us to one more semifinal here. Then it's going to be finals time here in Nysum. Vic and Svedlin, Van Hoof, Rudd, Rise, Narum, and Otink in this one. Svedlin having some struggles today. We'll see if Carl Svedlin, our points leader, can get back on track. Very even jump there. Looks like Vic and Svedlin going to be 1 and 2 going into this first corner. Uh-oh, look at that. Looks like that is the number 3 of Van Hoof, pushing Svedlin all the way back to 4th now.
Svedlin just doesn't seem to have the momentum. Slow out of turn 2 as well. Was the car sick or something? Because it just didn't have the...
It's not the Carl Svedlin we're used to.
But that wasn't the driver thing, I don't think. It just didn't seem to have the get up and go in it. Then he's usually get up and gone, isn't he? See what he can do in this one. Was he playing it a bit cautious into turn 1, perhaps?
All right, so Otink, the only driver taking the Joker on the first lap. We're going to see who's going to take it this time. Looks like Svedlin going to dive in. He's going to take that. Going to try and regroup. So we get that done early.
I think there's definitely something wrong with Svedlin's car, Jim. He's just not got the kind of pace we would expect. Dennis Vick is doing a 40.2. That's half a second slower than Espinese, etc. went as the fastest lap in the first one, but that matters little. All he's got to do is beat the drivers alongside him in this one. Look at the run there up the hill for Van Hoof. Sorry, that's Rise Narum, isn't it, on Van Hoof. Great opportunistic move there for Patrick Rudd into the Joker for the Norwegian. Side by side with Svedlin. We need to be seeing the black car in the background. There it is. Svedlin just gets around the outside. I don't think this is going to work out though for Carl Svedlin, does it? Currently 4th. Top of the drivers to have jokered. Some 2 seconds off 3rd. 2.5 maybe off 2nd. Okay, might be enough for Carl Svedlin. Maybe he's got enough in hand. He's on a 40.4, which is the 2nd fastest lap of this race so far. Maybe he was just being super cautious in the first couple of corners.
As Narum now dropping in. Taking the Joker, going to drop way back. We're going to get a running order here momentarily. It's going to be Vic, Van Hoof, and now Svedlin up into the 3rd spot. Svedlin really going to have to push, though, our points leader to transfer into this final. All right, so we got 2 laps to go. Our 2 leaders, Vic and Van Hoof, 1 and 2, going to have to take the Joker. Svedlin now working his way back up into the 3rd spot. He's going to be really happy about that. Got a chance to transfer here. We're going to take 2. That is Van Hoof opts to take the Joker, going to drop way back, so now Svedlin going to move into a transfer spot.
Svedlin's done a great job in this race, Jim, to salvage a not brilliant first lap. Really looked to be on the back foot, set the fastest lap of the race on a 40.0. Done exactly everything you need to do if you want to win a championship, to get it all back together again, not lose your head, not roll over when things are going badly, pick your marks and deliver. What a brilliant job. And still 5.1 seconds off the back of Vic. He's unlikely to win this, isn't he? But it's still not out of the question. There is Svedlin.
So Vic, yeah, he's going to have plenty of time to clear the field. What a brilliant bit of driving for Dennis Vic. Carl Svedlin, if he can hang on for one more corner, going to take the checkered. He is, so your points leader is going to stamp his ticket into the final. Like you said, that first lap was very bad for Carl Svedlin. What a great run to finish up in 2nd.
As you say, brilliant run by him. This has got a little bit of a wheelie going on at the start of the race, and then he was careful, wasn't he? Got a bit of contact, stayed out of it. maybe came out the throttle a little bit, and it just all seemed to unravel for him in the first couple of corners. Solid job thereafter though, just to smash in the lap times and get the job done.
Yeah, it looks like he just kind of was the 43 of Patrick Rudd taking a late joker in this one. Checkered flag came out. Dennis Vick did that thing pretty much wire to wire. Carl Svedlin transferring as well.
Right, as we get ready for the finals, there's a couple of bits of news. Emily Nysum, who had the crash in Crosscar Junior that caused the delay, she's fine, and she'll be racing against tomorrow. So that's the best news, that that's all well and good. And we are going off for a quick break, 9 minutes I think it is, and we'll be back for the finals. So watch these highlights of qualifying and the semi-finals, grab a drink, and the finals, which will be absolutely brilliant, are coming up next.
Well, welcome back here to Nysum, Denmark. Jim Beaver, Hal Ridge. We've had an up and down day, to say the least. I know we've had what we're calling the ghost of Nysum maybe come into the picture, but all that being said, it's finals time.
Kind of the producer calls it the ghost of Nysum. I don't know if I fully subscribe to that yet, but we'll see by the end of tomorrow how that is. I think he may be right after how things have gone today. It's not all bad by any means, and the racing's been great. We've had a few delays, but that's what happens, and it's safety first, isn't it? Fortunately, as we said, for those of you who weren't watching at the end of the semi-final broadcast, that Emily Nysum, who had the incident that required the ambulance early, is absolutely fine. The car's fine as well, so she's going to be back tomorrow. That's the most important thing.
That is the most important thing.
And so what, that we're running a little bit late. 5:45 local time, nearly.
Got a small handful of finals to get to.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get through it. And at least unlike this time last year, it's not absolutely monsooning with rain. Because although I would take it at this stage, because those sorts of elements bring a lot of variability, and that's cool. But there's a lot of exciting finals coming up. I think we're starting. I can't remember what we're starting with, to be honest, because we've
just did cross cars, just wrapped up semifinals for cross.
This is the four-wheel drive AM final that we're starting with. Looking at the grid, so very short turnaround time for these drivers, and missing from this grid is Romet Cerner, and that's because, and we had a debate about this, didn't we, a couple of rounds ago, that once you've been on the podium multiple times, then you can no longer be an AM, and there was a bit of friendly rivalry in, I can't remember if we were in the OMSC tent or in the bar in the hotel, but at least Romet and his spotter Yamavosa were arguing that he should still be an AM because basically they want more track time. But really, if you've been on the podium a couple of times in pro, then you're no longer an AM, really, are you? Interestingly, Victor Christensen has won an event, won the first round of the year overall, but because he hasn't done that twice, and that's a bit of an anomaly too, isn't it? Because he's only done 2 rounds, so should he be on the podium this afternoon in pro, then in theory he shouldn't be able to start the AM tomorrow. But
so it's a compliment to get kicked out of the AM division.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it has to be a compliment. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Bart Bell in the only supercar in the background. Tom Daniel Tanovic sadly has run into technical issues today.
This is quite a stacked field, really. I mean, in this one, Christensen, Darbeck, Eek, Merstedt, Oman, and Bell. This is going to get really rowdy, I think. Oh, little bump there, Darbeck. Oman outside all the way to the front.
Darbeck up the inside of Christensen in turn 2. Darbeck being fairly kind, I'd say, there. Checked up early, tucked into the Joker. He'll be delighted that Bart Bell's gone in with him. Take nothing away from Bart Bell. He's having a great time racing this supercar. But Darbeck wants to win this final, and by Bell going in as well, that means that Darbeck's no risk of being held up. As Christensen looks to the outside of Adam Oman, up the straight, the car's all out of shape under braking in the STS RX machine run by Simon Olafsson. It's the car that Simon's achieved so much success in supercar lights, now converted to FC2. Christensen's going to look to the inside of Oman down the second of the straights. The brake can be so slippy down there. Gets checked up. Great racing between these two. And Thomas Eek-Merstad is looming large, and he'll desperately want to make amends for not making the final in crosscar just a few minutes ago.
All right, Oman going to cross the stripe first, Christensen, and then Eek Merstedt into the 3rd spot. None of our top 3 have taken the Joker. Darbeck did elect for the Joker there after that first lap, so he's got one in the books. Bart Bell kind of non-existent in this, dropped way back at this point.
Darbeck fastest lap of the race, a 38.4. It's been a 39.6, a 39.6 and a 39.3 for the leading trio in this battle. Christensen looks to the inside of Oman again at the bottom of the hill. Gets the move done, but look in the background. Tobias Darbeck is already there with this trio of cars. Eek Merstedt goes in this time around. That's going to drop him to 4th on track. Oman comes back at Christensen in the final corner. 3 laps still to go. This is a great race for the lead, but this is massively playing into the hands of local driver Tobias Darbeck.
Yeah, Darbeck with already having the Joker, Christensen, Oman in this battle. He is already back in the mix. He's going to get around both of them. He maintains his position, but Christensen and Oman, watch the braking here, the late braking, and Oman's going to have to outbrake Christensen.
Too far back, way too far back now. Darbeck needs to box clever here. He needs to not get sucked into this battle. He's 1.4 behind the leader. This is going to be second, and not just a net second, an overall second for Darbeck now. I think Merstad's cleared Oman as well. This is unravelling for Adam Oman a bit at the moment. Darlak needs to keep his head, hit his marks, not worry about Christensen, because the gap is 1.4 between them. Last time around, Darlak was 2 tenths quicker. There's a couple of laps to go. Fastest overall last time was Thomas Eek-Merstad, but the fastest lap of the race on a 38.4 as well.
Well, talking about Eek-Merstad, he's getting back into this. He's slowly started reeling in these leaders yet again. He's going to play a picture in this podium.
3.5 the gap back from Christensen to Eek-Merstad. You're right, Jim, it could be quite close between Christensen and Eek-Merstad come the end. Christensen's going to go to the finish. 1.5 the margin. He's pulled a 10th back on Tobias Darbach on the last lap. This is all about a massive push now for both of the leading drivers to try and take victory in this first final here at Nysum, Denmark for 2026. Again, a fastest lap of the race for Thomas Eek-Merstad in the background as well. Christensen will joker to the left-hand side of your screen this time around. Darbach on the standard lap will comfortably move through into the lead. This is about the battle for second though. Eek-Merstad and Christensen. Darbach is going to win at home in the Pro-Am final. Fantastic job from the Danish driver. Christensen, Jim, fantastic job as well to hold on to second against Eek-Merstad, who was absolutely flying.
Look at that. Looked like Tobias Darbach going to go and do a little bit of celebratory donuts there. That's what we're getting. We're getting some celebrity donuts from one of the locals here. Great run by him, and just a great use of the joker. Used it early, was able to just fight his way back and put himself in a position when the leaders did joker. He was able to get around, and we're going to get a look here at these highlights.
And he's still doing donuts, and for a local driver, a little bit of contact from most parties there in the first corner. Looking over our shoulder, there's the whole Darbach team's running back through the paddock. Okay, it's not the overall final, it's the Pro-Am final. That'll matter a little. The fact that they've won a race at home, it's been a really tough year so far for Darbach. Celebratory donuts, as you say, at the end, and in front of all your sponsors, your friends and family. It's a massive deal, isn't it, to win on home soil?
Oh, it absolutely is. There's definitely going to be a party tonight. He only did a couple donuts because he's going to have that car back in action here.
And he needs the tyres, and yeah, you're right. He needs it for the Pro final.
Don't want to burn the tires off quite yet. Is Tobias Darbach with the win. Christensen second. Eek-Merstad, Oman, Bart Bell, unfortunately, was pretty off pace in this one. See if they can do a brief look at that car, get him back in action here. Crosscar Junior, this is our final. Isak Setra and Tila on the front row. We got Kengasaho, Tovio, Huka, and Klaassen. As Isak Setra with the jump, Kengasaho into the second spot. Was that Kengasaho? No, that was Antila, excuse me.
Isak Setra, Antila, and Huka will all be wanting to wing big on points in this final to try and close the gap, take advantage of the fact that runaway points leader Ministo has not made it through to the main event today. Of those drivers, it's Antila who sits closest in the standings, who will want to make the most hay. The sun was shining, wasn't it? But it's come overcast, a bit cold now as well. Rain is not out of the question here. It's very susceptible for changes in weather. We're at one side of the track. Down at the other side of the track, it's bright sunshine and big shadows. It's wild, isn't it?
It is quite a big facility here as well.
Up the inside, Huka looks on compatriot Tovio, nothing doing there. Up the hill, down the hill, will Huka look to the inside? Does indeed, stick the nose up the inside. Tovio steers out of it. Very fair racing between these junior drivers. I always say it, such good spatial awareness from these, they're kids, aren't they? And they generally race so fair compared to what you see in some of the other categories when people start to lose their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. These kids doing a great bit of driving, learning a lot, and as they move up the chain, obviously, then you start getting spotters and things like that. But right now, Isak Setra out front. Only two drivers yet to take the joker. It has been Klaassen and Kengasaho, so our top four still will need to take it at some point. We got 4 laps to go, but right now, Isak Setra with about a 5-car length of lead over Antila in the second spot. Huka and Tovio in the mix as well in the third and the fourth spot. Getting that big, long run into this tight corner. I can see Tovio taking the joker this time. Yep, Tovio does jump in, take the joker.
Out of the picture though, really, running fourth at the moment. Probably going to drop behind Klaassen. Yes, does indeed. Bit of a scruffy joker from Tovio. Different livery for Tovio this weekend, isn't it? That's put me off guard a couple of times. Great though to have some different colours. We're well up for that. Klaassen has done the fastest lap of the race on a 43.9. 44.3, 44.5 is the order at the front. Pace pretty close in this final. Spend half their life on the limiter, these cars, don't they, around here? The two very long straights at Nysum for the junior drivers. This pace from Klaassen has really upset the order at the front as well, hasn't it? In that Hookah can't afford to joker at the moment. Equally, Antila's at risk as well. The gap from Antila to Klaassen now is to the tune of 1.5 seconds. That's not going to be enough, is it? Looks to have increased a little bit visually there on this lap. I think Ease Etc. is just about safe. Well, yeah, 4.7 the gap back to Klaassen is. It's 2.5 seconds-ish now between these two and Klaassen behind. So Klaassen still has a chance of being on the podium. Look to the inside for Hookah on Antila. Hookah's going to choke. Oh, it's a late decision for Hookah. Compromises the entry.
Almost made a mistake there and hit the K rail.
Klaassen has indeed climbed up a position onto the podium for Pim Klaassen. Is there more doing in this final yet as well? Because Alex Antila still needs to joker. The gap between them, 2.8 seconds. These Etc. should be comfortable with a 5-second margin over Klaassen for victory.
All right, so we're going to watch as they make the run down here into this corner. We're going to see the Ease Etc. and Antila both take the joker. Is Ease Etc. going to have enough time? He should have enough time, and we're going to see right now Ease Etc. into the joker, Antila into the joker. We're going to see who's got time to clear, and it looks like, yes, plenty of time over Pim Klaassen. Your winner is going to be Sebastian Ease Etc. in this one.
First victory of the year for the Norwegian. Brilliant job for Sebastian Ease Etc. Stunning job as well for Pim Klaassen to climb through the field after that early joker to take second. Alex Antila would have wanted more points out of that. Good points though for Ease Etc. in his bid to finish in the top 3 of the championship.
Get a look here at the start, Ease Etc.
Brilliant start for Sebastian Ease Etc. Away from the line and never looked back. Comfortably managed the race from the front of the field. Hookah drives with such wonderful fluidity in that car, doesn't he? Just leans on the outside rear tyre the whole time.
Brings us to our junior results for Crosscar Junior. Sebastian Ease Etc. taking the win. Pim Klaassen with a great run today. Alex Antila, the 3rd and final podium spot. Going to move on to Supercar Lights in this one. No, excuse me. Yes, Supercar Lights.
Yep.
It's going to be Wittels and Darbeck.
And we're missing Lindqvist. Massive news in the championship battle.
That big mistake in the joker earlier costing Lindqvist a spot. Oscarson, Lundgren, Mads Larsen in this one. Larsen not going to like that 6th starting spot.
There must have been a lot of damage to Lindqvist's car as Oscarson looks to the inside of Darbeck. Darbeck's older brother's just won in the Open 4-wheel drive Pro-Am final. Contact between Larsen and Oscarson. It was contact between Larsen and Oscarson that got Larsen the black flag earlier on into the joker for the first time. We're asking is Lundgren. He dropped to the back of the pack in the first corner. This is a real opportunity for these drivers though to close the gap on Alexander Lindqvist. The damage must have been significant, Jim. Significant because he's run from the OMSE stable. They've got every part you could possibly want for a Supercar Lights machine in the spare parts truck that was supplied to the paddock. Looking over my shoulder, the nose of the car's still up in the air. Maybe there just wasn't the time or the resource to get it done within the... it hasn't been that long ago, has it? But they definitely would have made the semis if they haven't made the final. He's lucky, to be fair, there wasn't semi-finals in terms of losing more points because there's no points scored from the semis for these drivers. But coming into today, Lindqvist held the advantage by... Hang on, I'm going to have to do some live maths here. Which you watch the racing, I'm going to do some maths.
Mads Larsen there, going through the joker, getting away.
Maths Larsen, yeah, he'd be better at maths than I. 7 points was the gap only between Darbeck and Lindqvist. So a good haul here will really help Darbeck in his bid to try and win the title. That would give us a showdown, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Wittels, miles behind on points, really having missed the doubleheader in Alvesbury. But imagine Lindqvist is out for tomorrow as well by some strange turn. All of a sudden, Vittels is right back into it. But we've got this race to run first. Vittels comfortably out front at the moment by nearly 2 seconds. Oskarsson's coming out side by side with Larsen. Larsen gets forced wide. Lundgren looks to the inside. Nothing there. Larsen inside Oskarsson. That's for the final podium spot at the moment.
All right, so 3 to go. A little bit close to halfway point. Vittels and Darvik in this one. Mads Larsen now holding up a little traffic there with Oskarsson and Lundgren. Got to give Lundgren some credit. Having a great day today, trying to put some pressure there on Oskarsson, but Mads Larsen there in that 3rd spot. All 3 drivers have taken their joker as we go up front here. That is Darvik in the 2nd spot, going to clear Mads Larsen, so he's got his joker in. So now it is Vittels. Vittels the only driver yet to take the joker.
How good does the Supercar Lights machine look in that plain white livery as they first were rolled out in 2012, 2013. Been around a long time now. These cars still producing good racing and good development opportunities for young drivers. Lundgren, the youngest of this pack at 16 on his debut, currently 3rd in the Cross-Car Swedish Championship. Vittels into the joker this time around with a couple of laps to go, sent in by his sister on the radio, guided by Eric Fahren, Team Fahren owner as usual. This though could be a double podium for home drivers with Darvik and Larsen both racing on their homeland here in Nysum to join the podium scored, the victory scored by Tobias Darvik earlier on. I'm sure they both like a couple of spots higher or a spot higher, but still a podium at home is not to be sniffed at.
But right there, that man Vittels, Roberts Vittels, with a massive gap back to Darvik in the 2nd spot. Darvik having a phenomenal race, but Vittels has just been that good today. Just a massive gap, has the joker in the bag. We're on the last lap, and it is going to be Roberts Vittels with the victory here. Local Kevin Darvik on his home track and hold on for 2nd. Mads Larsen, the 3rd and final podium spot. What an effort there for the number 26 of Roberts Vittels. Just a great run. I mean, you hate to say a perfect race, but it was almost a perfect race there for Roberts Vittels.
Had a few of those, hasn't he, of late. Been very competitive this year when he's been in the Lights car. I know he enjoyed being teammates with Timmy Hansen in Tierp at the start of the North Championship. Just spending time looking at the data with a driver of Hansen's experience can be so valuable.
Going to get a look back at this one. Roberts Vittels and Darvik there in the 1 and 2 spot. Vittels going to get the whole shot. Darvik settling into 2nd. Got Oskarsson sliding into 3rd there early on. Here's Oskarsson and Mads Larsen. Oskarsson exiting the joker, getting in front of Mads Larsen. Larsen trying to battle back against him. And at the checkered flag, it was Vittels, followed by local Kevin Darvik and Mads Larsen 3rd. And that was your Supercar Lights final. Vittels with the top spot and the top place on the podium. It's going to be Kevin Darvik with the silver medal and Mads Larsen bringing home the bronze. Going to move on to Cross-Car Senior in this one.
Before that happens, I'm going to have to eat some humble pie in a minute, because you were right about Victor Hansen being on the front row of the Open 2-wheel drive final, which we'll see in a few minutes' time. Just looking through the intermediate classification, I was wondering how is that possible, but it's because in all the up and down nature of qualifying, Per Magna Royras was actually 2nd qualifier. By virtue of that, it'll be Johansson on the front row, but we need to get going with the cross-car final.
That's Vic and Isaac Setra in this one. Steinholtz and Tree in the 2nd row. Savedlin and Huka. Savedlin, look at that, all the way to the bottom, trying to get around. He's going to get around 1 position, 2 possibly. Your points leader desperately wanting to get to the front of this pack. And this is a pack hit of drivers. Dennis Vick has had a phenomenal day so far, is out front and not looking back.
Totally different first corner attitude from Carl Svedlin to that of the semi-final. Really went in there with attitude. Had to kick the clutch, didn't he, in turn 2, but went into the joker, followed as well by Steinsholt, was it? Yes, it was. So after that battle earlier on that Steinsholt had, he's into the joker earlier on at the back of his pack at the moment. Vic leads from Isaac Setra and Vettel Tree. Riku Hukar as well was under pressure early on. Big wheelie for Espinese, etc. coming down the steps. But in the background, look out for the black machine of Carl Svedlund, the points leader, who's already been into the Joker. Now his teammate goes. Vettel Tree has gone in to try and cover off Svedlund.
Is he going to make it? He does.
I'm not sure where Svedlund's gone, Jim, to be honest, because he's just not in that shot yet. He is in the background, just hasn't done enough to close on Vettel Tree. Great job from Tree's spotter. Bjornsson, I think, is spotting for Vettel. Could be wrong, but good strategy nonetheless from the JC squad.
He's etc. Look at the pressure on Vic. He's etc. Look at the run all the way to the bottom. Up, has to tuck back in. Vic on the brakes. He's etc. on the brakes. All the way to the inside. We're going to see East etc. take the Joker. What an almost perfect Joker. Look at that line choice through the Joker.
Good decision. It's going to come out in clear air behind Hukar, and he'll know, and his spotter will know. The pace of Hukar is good enough to come out in this situation. You won't close quicker. Okay, you might be a little bit quicker, but you're not going to close too rapidly. Ease etc. holds the fastest lap of the race so far on a 39.6. Hukar's done a 39.6 as well, 200th slower. So their pace is so equal, you're not going to get held up. Ease etc. on a charge. Massive wheelie for Ease etc., who is throwing everything at trying to take the battle to Carl Svedlund in this title fight. Vic into the Joker this time around. Ease etc.'s got it done. They've both cleared Vic. Not enough for the race leader. The two Norwegians have moved past their compatriot, who is leading from pole position. Now it's Riku Hukar, the Finn, at the front of the order, but the gap's not enough. 1.6 back to Ease etc. Massive engine blow up for Eric Steinsholt.
That's a lot of smoke on that one. All right, so we got a lap and a half to go. We've got Huka, the only driver yet to take the Joker. He's jumping out. That car's on smoking. He wants nothing to do with that.
Oh, big lunge in the background. Carl Svedlund sinks it up the inside of Dennis Vic. Vic's come back at him, just couldn't get the car stopped.
This is what the field needs with our points leader now struggling all the way back there to that fifth spot. Right now, Riku Huka on the last lap, gonna have to take that Joker. We're gonna have East etc. and Tree trying to get around. Is there gonna be enough time to? I don't think Huka's got the clearance.
He has, in 1.5 seconds is not enough. Tree backing it in at the bottom of the hill. Ease etc. doesn't really need to be watching his mirrors. He's got enough margin, and Tree is not the sort of driver to make a massively optimistic lunge from that margin. Massive wheelie again from Ease etc. Hukar's going to drop off the podium here again. Svedlund looks to the inside of Vic. This is the last opportunity for the championship leader.
As they come down, it is 1-2. Threading the needle back in is Huka. It's going to be East etc. Tree and Huka at the line.
Shows how close that could have been to a podium for Carl Svedlund. Had he got that move done on Vic, he may have had enough, because Vic lost that bit of time in the battle, and ultimately Vic just lost out to Riku Hukar. Great job from Hukar to finish on the podium. But if we look back through the course of this race, had Svedlund got that move done at the end of the straight and then managed to get the hammer down, it could have been a very different picture. Ease etc. almost made it work around the outside in the first corner, thought better of it, and then that earlier Joker, great pace, secured him a victory. It's a double victory for the Ease etc. squad today, with Sebastian winning in junior cross car. What a brilliant afternoon's work for the Ease etc. family.
Well, and did what they need to do. Carl Svedlund's points lead. I mean, cutting into it, that's going to be definitely damaging to Carl Svedlund. So
14 points was the margin coming in. We'll have to have a look at how qualifying semi-final worked out later on, but for sure it's closed up, and that's when the pressure really starts to mount. There's confirmation of the result. Ease etc. Tree, Hukar, Vic, Svedlund. Sadly, Eric Steinsholt stopped on the side of the circuit with a smoking engine.
Gonna have two-wheel drive up next. Should open two-wheel drive onto the grid. We have Gabrielson in that pole position. All right, brings us to our open two-wheel drive final, Hal. We've got Victor Johansson in this one. We've got Marcus Norman, Emil Hammer, Royrus Tisland, and Gabrielson, our points leader.
Gabrielson, the points leader, takes the lead from the start of the race, but Victor Johansson and Marcus Norman, who both finished their semi-finals in fine form, missing from this one. This is massively advantage. Lucas Gabrielson in the points race. Tisland, who's been so good this weekend, into the Joker for the first time of asking. Royrus qualified second in the intermediate classification. This is just to punish me for earlier saying I was going to have to eat humble pie for getting the grid positions wrong. Well, I was kind of right, because Johansson's not there at all.
Well, and he finished the car fine. I mean, he conserved the car in that last semifinal, so we thought he was going to show up. We called him as showing up. And Marcus Norman, I mean, has had a phenomenal race day, and not two drivers I thought wouldn't have shown up to the finals. There's got to be a bigger story here.
I hope I haven't cursed poor old Marcus Norman, who had such a good run. It was, baffling. Don't know why, but this is massively advantage.
Lucas Gabrielson, who is currently leading and your points leader. You know, Johansson had his heart set on narrowing that gap. Royrus now into the second spot. Emil Hammer, who is in a podium spot. If you went into today, no offense to Emil Hammer, but you wouldn't have thought he might be in a podium position.
What a story as well after the incident last year that put him in hospital. Looked like he might never drive a rallycross car again, and all of a sudden he's back and going to potentially be in the fight for a podium at home. Is pretty special. Even if he doesn't make it, it's still wonderful to have had that experience. Into the Joker this time around goes Lucas Gabrielson. This is to try and cover off Tisland and to hold the pace of the local driver. It's not going to be enough though. Tisland's on an absolute flyer. Did the fastest lap of the race so far last time around on a 39.8. Has Gabrielson been too conservative? Is it about managing the situation, knowing that your biggest rivals aren't in it? Tricky. Oh, Hammer's wide. Sorry, Jim. Hammer's wide at the end of the straight.
Oh, it looks like white smoke. There's a problem.
Smoke pouring from the car. It's not going to be a dream podium.
The curse of the announcer strikes.
That was definitely the ghost of Nysum.
Yeah, we're definitely going to blame the ghost of Nysum.
Hearing in my ears that Johansson at least didn't make it to pre-grid on time. So there is a cut-off because the event has to run to schedule as much as possible. We're now slightly over the curfew, has to be said. So, yeah, if you're not there, you're not in, sadly. And while all the provision is made possible to let everybody run, Hammer is rushing to get the bonnet off that car.
Must be some fire there. I saw a little bit of white smoke still. I don't know what's going on.
Threw the bonnet off, ran up the bank. Perhaps we're going to have another look at that. Really needs some support there if it is on fire. The last thing you want as a car owner is fire. With my cars at least, it's the prospect of fire, not only from a safety point of view, from a damage point of view. Once things start to get singed, it's impossible to find where the problems are.
All right, so back up front, we got Royrus leading, Tisland and Gabrielson. Gabrielson, your points leader, in the third spot. Both second and third have taken the Joker. So the man to watch here is Royrus. He's not going to be able to clear the field on this one. So can Gabrielson get around Tisland? That is going to be the pass for the lead.
He won't risk it. Absolutely won't risk it. Why would you in this situation? He's got such a points advantage. His biggest rival's not in this final. The other biggest rival in Simon Tiger didn't turn up for this weekend because he's focusing on next year. Gabrielson's got a brilliant opportunity here to put at least one hand on the title. Royrus goes into the Joker, will drop to third, but Gabrielson's done a great job. In this one, though, it's all about Christian Tisland.
And what a story is this for Christian Tisland, taking the checkered flag and the victory. What an effort there.
Brilliant, brilliant drive. We were talking about Gabrielson and the points situation because that's the story of the Rallyx season. But stunning, stunning performance.
There's the big donuts.
From Tisland.
At Volvo.
Spitting flames and doing donuts. What more could you possibly want after winning in open two-wheel drive? 19 cars in this category coming into today. Yes, people have had reliability problems, but ultimately you can only beat what's in front of you. Yes, it's a 4-car final, but they've made it to the end. They've been right up there on pace throughout the day. Fantastic job for Tisland. I'm delighted for him and his team, and what a result. This sort of thing you dream of, isn't it? Turning up at a round against such experienced opposition like Gabrielson and Johansson, and really laying down a marker.
Yeah, it was beautiful bit of driving. I mean, just was there all day, chipping away, qualifying to the next session, running good lap times. made the final, and yeah, I mean, you know, the cards he was dealt with them, and Gabrielson going to have a even stronger points lead heading in until tomorrow, but right now it's Christian Tisland is the story. Gabrielson going to take on that second spot, and Royrus going to hold on for the third and final podium spot. Tough break for Emil Hammer, having some issues with that car. Was in a podium spot earlier on, but looked like engine let go. And it is supercar final time here from Nysum. And this one, a stacked lineup. We got Lucas Anderson in this one, Oliver Eriksson on the front row as well, Tobias Darvik, Romet Cerna, Victor Christensen, and Adam Omen. Lucas Anderson looking to the inside. Look at that. Oh, big spin.
Ollie Eriksson goes for the big send around the outside. It does not work out. He's hard into the bank on the outside of the first corner. Christensen stopped as well in turn one into the Joker for the first time of asking. Is Tobias Darvik the winner of the Pro-Am final not so long ago? But advantage, Lucas Anderson at the front of the order, making the start from pole position, holding the advantage on this opening lap.
Well, big mistake there from Oliver Eriksson. Looked like he was going to have the field covered and just went too wide and got into that big embankment, and that is going to hurt his championship hopes with that lead over Lucas Anderson. Lucas Anderson just absolutely running like clockwork out front, but look at this. Romet Cerna in the second spot. Great run by him to avoid the chaos and work his way up to the front.
Eriksson's been in the Joker in the background behind Darvik. Christensen out of this, so Eriksson's got a minimum result of fifth with Christensen out of the picture. That's reasonable for his title hopes. He's got a significant margin, 22 points in the title race, but will want to try and manage the deficit here. Lucas Anderson had pole, executed the start. Eriksson had to try something because Anderson's pace is so good that it would be unlikely that he could get him on the undercut with Joker strategy. Oh, Eriksson stopped there in the background as well.
Yeah, it looks like Oliver Eriksson pulled off. It's going to be really detrimental to his points lead. Lucas Anderson knows that, and he's going to try and hold on for this one. But Romet Cerna taking the Joker. Looks like he's going to try and clear. Yes, he does clear Tobias Darvik. Omen's still yet to take the Joker as well. He moves up into the second spot. So now 1 and 2 both going to have to take the Joker.
This could be a second podium in the space of an hour, though, for Tobias Darvik, all over the back of Romet Cerna. They're both close enough to Adam Omen to pass the Swede when he goes into the Joker, which he'll have to do in the next 3 laps. Oh, Adam Omen's dropped it coming down the hill. Oh. Massive accident for Adam Omen, the second one in as many events. Rolls the FC2 backwards into the barrier. Huge, huge crash for Adam Omen.
That was a scary one there from Adam Omen. Yeah,
the race has been stopped, Jim. That was a massive impact. That is the highest speed section of almost any circuit over the 2 jumps. We've seen a few drivers today, Cerna in particular, drop it there, but gather it back up again, you know, on that landing.
And we've seen Adam Omen with some big spills so far this year, some scary moments.
Yeah, he had a huge crash, didn't he? And Al's been the last time out on the first day, they got the car fixed actually on that day, didn't they? But that was a massive one. And the shot we had there, just looking up the hill, you saw the car get out of shape. Darvik parked in the circuit. Everyone was waiting for some direction from race control.
And he wasn't able to scrub any speed. That was what was scary. It was, like you said, the highest speed section. He carried such momentum into that barrier.
Tobias Darback there on the circuit, just looking to the marshals for some direction. You can see the boards flashing, the red flag boards. They're not to replace marshals as such, but the system historically in motor racing is that the race control would give direction to the marshals to wave the red flags, whereas actually with the flashing signs, it's the press of a button, isn't it, and it's automatic, and that sort of thing has transformed the way that marshalling is done. That allows the marshals who are trackside to focus on what they need to do rather than waving the flags.
It's quicker, safer, a little bit more efficient.
Big crowds here in Nysum this afternoon.
Got a look there. Is that the go-kart track in the background?
Well, it was yesterday, now it's a car park. Low sun, dark clouds looming in the background. There could be some rain overnight, couldn't there, which would change things a little bit for racing tomorrow.
You want me to call that? You just want me to call it, or do you want to? Are we going to do a soft out? All right, well, Hal, obviously we just had a major incident with Adam Omen, and obviously there's a lot going on behind the scenes. One of those scary moments, highest speed section of the course, and a big impact. So I know we're working through things there, but it's been overall some great racing, beautiful facility here in Nysum. Yeah,
and I think people love this circuit because of its high speed nature. That obviously comes with scenarios where you can have spins and incidents, and hopefully Adam's absolutely fine. Of course, everyone has to go through a procedure, and that's what's happening right at the moment. We are actually over the curfew for the venue at the moment, so whether that race gets restarted, whether it's running again tomorrow, whether it's called a result based on the retirements so far, for clearly Omen had retired from the race at that stage. Christensen had already retired on the opening lap, and Ollie Eriksson had gone wide in the first corner, so only 3 cars remaining. Whether they'll call that result or not, we'll wait and find out. But overall, as you say, the racing's been fantastic. There's been some great battles in the finals. I actually think sometimes we've had some real drama in terms of incidents here historically, more than a decade that Rallyx has been coming to this circuit. But actually there hasn't been that much carnage. It's been more really good battles, hasn't it? Specifically thinking of Carl Svedlund battling his way through in the cross car final, not quite getting it done. There's been some great pace and great joke strategies. It's been an interesting day.
I think that's the truth, and we came into today, and some of the points championships we thought were kind of solidified, and some were going to be hard to chase. And for whatever reason, I think we've had a big shakeup in the points, and it's going to be really interesting as we head into tomorrow's rounds as well as Estering for the finale, because some of these points battles we thought might be over, they're not quite over.
Well, let's have a look. So Ollie Eriksson was leading ahead of Anderson. Obviously, we need to see what happens there, but that will have come down regardless. Darback probably has got ahead of Lindqvist now in lights, or at least it's very, very close. Svedlund and Ease Etc. has definitely closed up based on Ease Etc.'s victory. What else have we got? Gabrielson, okay, didn't win, but has got a comfortable margin. Johnny obviously had a not great day. Victor Hansen likewise had a great day, to be fair, until not making the final. I'll have to go and chat to Victor and see what happened there. Monisto didn't make the final. Matlamaki not here. Alex Antila in third. Has definitely moved up to second, but it's been a fascinating day, hasn't it? And I love the fact that you can just go through all of the championship permutations, and it's all become a little bit more alive, apart from open two-wheel drive. And I always feel a bit sorry for someone like Lucas Gabrielson, because his championship situation is improved by having a not well-attended final and beating cars that aren't really in the title hunt. But if you look at what Gabrielson's done through the course of the year, won 3 times, never been off the podium until this point against really tough opposition. And I think when you look at the global picture of the championship, you have to recognise that he has beaten all of the best drivers on their day. And if he does end up wrapping it up when there's been a really high rate of attrition, so be it. He's still done the job through the course of the season. It's not like he's been gifted it on one particular day.
It's been a great day of racing here overall. Obviously, this track shapes up to be exactly what we were expecting. I mean, beautiful racing, lots of elevation changes, high speed, great passing, a beautiful joker, and we saw some great use of that. And it's just been a phenomenal day. I mean, first time being here, I was actually blown away. Like, this is one of the most beautiful race facilities I've ever seen. So, like you had said, we're in a very remote part of Denmark, but I got to tell you what, this track is definitely earned its billing. So right now, talking about all this great racing that we've had, we do have a highlight package of the day. It sounds like our racing for the day is going to be done, but Hal, I know obviously we're going to come back tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to rerun these or if they're going to sit the way they were. We'll let that determination be done later on, but obviously we hear that Adam Oman has been transported into an ambulance, so that is always a positive sign.
Yeah, racing's been good, and looking forward to tomorrow because, as you've said, all those good things about this venue. We will, let everyone know what's going to happen with A, that final, B, everything that's going on. So keep an eye out on the Rallyx social media channels, have a look at these highlights, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. The start time will be earlier tomorrow. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but keep an eye on the Rallyx social media channels, look at the YouTube link, and we will see you for Q2 of Open Two-Wheel Drive in round 8 tomorrow.